Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for October 21st, 2025. First order of business, I would like to move that the Select Board go into executive session excuse me, for the purpose of discussing strategy related to litigation matters identified in items 2 and 3 of our agenda, and discussing strategy related to the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property identified in item 4. The litigation matters and the real property matter must be discussed in executive session because an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigation or negotiating position of the town, and the chair so declares an executive session therefore to be necessary. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We will return to public.
I'm also here. Just also want to vote aye. No problem.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay. We will return to open session following our executive session scheduled for, what time is it scheduled for?
6:15.
6:15. No promises, but that's when it's scheduled.
Optimistic.
Right. Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the return of the Select Board from executive session for our regular meeting of October 21st, 2025. Let's start off with announcements and updates from the Select Board, and I'd like to start off with two announcements. First of all, we originally scheduled a vote tonight on the MOU between the Police Department and Flock Safety for access to license plate data collected by Chestnut Hill Realty with Flock automated license plate readers. Chief Pastor is not available for tonight's meeting, but will appear at our October 28th meeting when we will take this issue up. We expect to also have, or we hope to also have representatives of Chestnut Hill Realty and Flock Safety, and also the co-chairs of the PCAC in attendance. That will be a public hearing in order to give the community an opportunity to address the many concerns we have heard since Brookline News reported this story. Next, I want to commend two Brookline High School students, seniors, Arav Jatav and Jacob Paul, for their Ride for Hope, a successful bicycle ride from Brookline to New York City this weekend. The two seniors and their teacher, Paul Epstein, successfully completed the 250-mile ride into Times Square and raised $15,000 for Brookline's Boston House. Boston House, as you may know, is a nonprofit program on Kent Street that provides free housing and meals for families whose children are undergoing treatment at Children's Hospital. They were supported by Brookline's Hamilton Restaurant and many individuals, and I understand that Hamilton's owner, Greg Johnson, is planning an event to celebrate the students' accomplishment. So, Mike, I commend these two students for taking on a great adventure that had great benefit for our community. So, any other updates, comment? Paul?
Yep, just a quick one. I was actually reminded today by the former moderator, Sandy Gadsby, that we have a Harvest Fest coming up, which
It reminded me too.
he said, how come I haven't seen this announced so much? And so Sandy sent an email, which was great. He doesn't often make announcements like that. He's usually telling us how to behave. So Harvest Fest 25 is at the Brookline Golf Course, October 26th, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. There'll be live music featuring the Petty Larceny Band. And there'll be costume contests, trick-or-treat trail, food trucks, bounce houses for John, the Hemlock Grill for David, kids' activities, a farm stand, and other things. So it's hopefully it'll be a beautiful weekend. And it sounds like it'll be a great time. And I know that there's also a Putterham Woods trail opening. Does someone have the details on that? Or should I quickly, I think it's happening at the same time.
Right.
But people should look that up as well. The Putterham Woods Walking Trail is opening on Sunday, 26th. I have the email in front of me here.
Doesn't say a
And
time.
it doesn't say a time, but it is happening. And there's been an investment there. It's a beautiful walking trail now in the Putterham Woods. So a great time to get outside and enjoy South Brookline by the golf course and Putterham Woods.
Okay, any other? John?
Well, Brookline shares a really impressive bit of heritage, and it shares that heritage with Central Park in New York City, Jackson Park in Chicago, the park systems of Louisville, Rochester, Buffalo, and the connecting thread there is Frederick Law Olmsted. And one of Brookline's connecting threads to Frederick Law Olmsted was a wonderful woman by the name of Betsy Sherg Rose, who was celebrated at the end of her life, which she passed away in September. But she was celebrated no less than on the front page of the Boston Globe, which recognized her with an extensive obituary and recognized her extensive achievements in Brookline. She spent the last 10 years of her life in California, but she is now, will be forever remembered at Walnut Hills Cemetery, where there was the committal of her remains to her cherished hometown of Brookline. And I just think it's worth one more mention of what an incredible role she played in elevating Olmsted's importance and the recognition of Olmsted's importance. And we owe an awful lot to Betsy Shergross, who, as I say, passed away in September, but was still being celebrated and being remembered significantly this week, over a month later.
Thank you, John.
Yeah.
Any other updates or comments? Okay, Tiffany, let's open up public hearing.
Now that the chair has opened up public comment, thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, there's an opportunity at the conclusion of the select board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. The on-screen timer will flash orange when you have 30 seconds remaining and red when your time is nearly up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you are welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Any person wishing to speak must begin their comment by identifying themselves with their full name and either their Brookline precinct number or street address. The first individual who signed up in advance to speak is Martha Churchak. Is Martha in the room or online? If online, can you please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature? Okay, I don't see Martha online or in the room. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak at public comment during this time? Okay, there are about 13 individuals in the room, 28 online, and no one is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, thank you. We'll close the not public hearing, but public comment.
I just wanted to
Yes.
briefly add before you move to the miscellaneous agenda that was Tiffany Oliva's last public comment period with us.
Oh, yes.
I want to thank
There
Tiffany.
is the one at the end of the meeting, Chaz.
I know, but it's the last form. I'm not going to jinx you, but I'm just saying, I want to thank Tiffany so much for all the hard work she's done, both here in front of the public and behind the scenes and the time that she's been with us. She's been just a fantastic assistant town administrator, and we wish her all the best back in North Carolina. Really excited for her next journey. And if anyone thinks they can step into those shoes, they are awfully big shoes to fill, but I'm confident you can. The position is open and you should apply for it. But we are very, very grateful for all the hard work that Tiffany has done and wish her and her family all the best.
Thank you, Chaz.
Yeah, I think we all will agree on that, and those shoes will have tar on them, on their heels.
Go Heels.
And we wish, the only joke I could think. But we wish you all the best and hope that your time in Brookline has been an enjoyable, but also a time that you learned a lot and that you take with you to our fellow citizens in North Carolina who are lucky to have you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay. Moving on to our miscellaneous calendar, I'd like to move approval of item 7A. David?
I just have a question regarding 7D.
Okay. I was going to give you an opportunity to
Okay.
pull that out.
All right.
Okay, so I'd like to move approval of items 7A through 7N, unless there are some items such as 7D that board members would like to pull out for further discussion. Let's talk about 7D. What is
Yes,
your-
there's a question. So 7D is question of approving extra work order number 1 with Jam Construction in the amount of $282,221 for work related to a contract at Amory Playground. In reading the memo, this appears to be about the boardwalk. It mentions that the CPA is providing the funds for the boardwalk. However, the work order is titled extra work order. And so I'm just wondering Does the existing allocation of funds cover this? Is this coming out of perhaps a contingencies budget within that project? I just want to make sure we know where this money is coming from.
Good. Chaz?
I do not have the answer to that question in front of me. I can talk to the project manager on that front. Paul is raising his hand though. So.
Paul?
So if you would indulge me, I raised the same question today, and I had a lengthy conversation with Erin Shute. So if I may provide information, I don't represent what she said, but I'll communicate. I asked the exact same question. It's being fully covered by the CPA. It is extra because it's in order to make they have to repair the Armory Woods path and make it ADA compliant, and it was more expensive than they had originally considered, and so that's the reason why it was extended. I was satisfied with her answer when she told me. I too was concerned, where's the money coming from? It's coming from the CPA.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, unless anyone has any other items they'd like to discuss further, I move approval of items 7A through 7N. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you. Boards and commissions interviews. We have one interview, Commission on Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, and the applicant is Philip Steigman. Is he in the audience or?
I do not see Philip in the room or online. And perhaps it's a question of timing since we got back from executive session late.
Hmm.
So I would, if you'll allow me, I'll just circle back with him to schedule
Okay.
it perhaps for next week.
Okay, so the next item is a public hearing, an ascertainment hearing with Comcast. Select Board public hearing on Comcast license renewal for the purpose of allowing the public an opportunity to comment on town and public cable-related needs and Comcast performance. So let me start off by saying that, let me see if I can find it. Bear with me for a second. Okay, this is a public hearing on Comcast's cable license renewal. It is a part of the cable license renewal process to ascertain our community's cable-related needs. Brookline's current Comcast cable license expires on April 30th, 2026. Federal and state law require holding a hearing to allow the public, that's you guys, an opportunity to comment on both town government and public cable-related needs, as well as Comcast's performance. Notice of this hearing was posted twice in the Boston Herald as required and on the town's website. Copies of the legal advertisements are entered into the hearing record. This hearing is designed to provide interested members of the public with an opportunity to submit input about what cable-related needs are important to Brookline and how Comcast has performed under its existing license. Before proceeding to the public hearing, I would like to thank Brookline's community access provider, Brookline Interactive Group, and Comcast for their participation and assistance in the ongoing license renewal proceedings. Tonight, during this hearing, the board invites public comments on all Comcast cable-related matters, including customer service, license administration, and important local studio needs, community programming, public, educational, and government, or what is called PEG, access, and Comcast support for Brookline's local channels. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes to ensure everyone has a chance to speak. If members of the public or other interested persons wish to provide additional comments for the record following this hearing, they can send their comments to Charlie Young, Assistant Town Administrator for Finance at the Select Board office, or his direct email is cyoung@brooklinema.gov. Before proceeding to public comments, I want to welcome Comcast representative, Angela Holm Barson, and ask her to give some introductory comments on behalf of Comcast. Is Angela on Zoom?
Yes, I've just promoted Angela.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Angela. Please speak.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. As you mentioned, we have been working on negotiating the existing license with the town of Brookline for a couple of months now, working together with Charlie Young, Joe Callanan, and your outside consultant, Bill August. Things have been going amicably. I look forward to hearing your testimony tonight regarding your cable-related needs. And I will take those into account and bring them back with us as we continue to negotiate this license. And we look forward to our continued partnership with the town of Brookline. Thank you for having me.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is to open it up to public comment and then give the select board an opportunity to respond to public comment or ask their own questions. And after that, we will hear from Brookline Interactive Group. So could you open
Yes.
public hearing?
Now that the chair has opened the hearing, we did have several individuals who signed up in advance, so we'll start with those folks and then move through the additional raised hands and others if they wish to speak. So first up is Jim Franco.
Good evening. My name is Jim Franco, town meeting member from Precinct 2 and Amory Street resident, here to speak on behalf of Brookline Interactive Group, BIG. Do you busy select board members ever get double booked? How about a family or business obligation conflicting with an important meeting? Do constituents ever call you and with a question about what you had said at what somebody had said at a public meeting or even at your own select board meeting? It's nice to have BIG, Brookline Interactive Group. Dare I say, it's important to have BIG to record public events. Town meeting members and residents who want to keep up with town affairs have a special item of interest, also use BIG. Fortunately, Comcast and BIG record meetings, interviews, and forums, and doing so provides opportunities for engaged volunteers and young people to learn about what goes into putting content like this together. BIG is now a part of the fabric of our community, an important tool helping keep our town democracy working. Thank you. Just a point of personal privilege, John Van Scoyac mentioned Betsy Sher Gross. One other thing she did was she was very important in the Friends of Falls Pond. I'm on the board. She was just integral, and I'd just like to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Okay. The next speaker who signed up in advance was actually Felina Silver, but she is not feeling well, so she submitted comments in writing, which I'll circulate to the board after the meeting ahead of the vote next week. The next speaker is Susan Park. After Susan Park will be David Trevette.
Good evening, everyone. Great to see you all. My name is Susan Park. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 17, a James Street resident. So I'm delighted to be here tonight in support of the Brookline Interactive Group. BIG has played such an important role in providing live recordings for so many of us. For me personally, as a town meeting member in my third term, I feel like I and so many other town meeting member colleagues and constituents have benefited so much from the programs that BIG has brought us over the last 10 years. The access in town meeting twice a year, weekly select board meetings, weekly school committee meetings, and all the other subcommittee meetings in between have invited our town to participate in all the different dialogues that happen weekly. BIG's live airing has filled so many gaps. Many busy folks like myself, many of you have their hands full raising a family. Attending the many meetings in the evening are so tough for many, but I and so many others have benefited with live views, and many elderly seniors find it easier to view online and rewatch recordings as well. So I personally have been able to participate in our wonderful town through BIG's access through the last 10 years. This access has helped civically educate me and has pointed me in the right direction and has helped me with civic decision-making, such as election forums and public health information. After we lost the Brookline tab a few years ago, we lost a great resource of Brookline News. And BIG's presence has been a steady stream of live, unfiltered information. The benefits of BIG and what it provides our town is priceless. From the youth employment, documentary coverage of important Brookline businesses and organizations, space for members to learn and gather community classes, community productions such as age-friendly cities, on TV, charter chat and educational programming to offer international experiences like Asian Flavors with Susan, which I loved producing. I was able to interview 6 different Asian restaurants with BIG's partnership. I received much positive feedback from the public that they can go and try these restaurants that they never heard before, they didn't know about, and it helps small businesses with visibility. So I'd really like to publicly thank Jessica Smizer here she's the executive director, for bringing so much creativity and cool programming, like Indian dance classes, a variety of pop-up classes for the community to enjoy and really to just so they can learn other things, international things as well. My daughter and I also attended one of BIG's excellent podcast classes in person some time ago. It was educational and excellent teaching, and we got to create a podcast right before the pandemic. We are so lucky to have BIG. I seriously cannot have
Thank you,
imagined
Susan. That concludes your time.
being a town meeting member without BIG, and I've
Thank you.
also
That
wanted
concludes
to
your
run
time, Susan.
many things.
The next speaker is David Trevette. David, I've promoted you now.
Thank you very much. David Trevette, town meeting member from Precinct 2, living at 177 Babcock Street, not 179 that you all were talking about earlier in executive session. My wife and I are Comcast customers and have been for the past 10 years. We do still watch live cable television, including sports events, coverage of other live events, and a variety of other shows. We have been and remain generally pleased with the cable TV service that we receive. When there are occasional problems, we've found the customer service generally helpful. Tonight, though, I do want to emphasize the importance of local access. Long before I ran for town meeting, I discovered the local access channels on our cable TV offerings and took advantage of that access to begin watching select board meetings and eventually to watch multiple nights of town meeting sessions. This is how I learned about this weird thing called town meeting, which I had never experienced before moving to Brookline 14 years ago. What's a moderator? What's a warrant article? Who's a petitioner? How does all this work? How is town meeting run? How are decisions made? Oh, you mean there are 2 separate sets of bylaws, one general and one for zoning? How does it all work? It's quite bewildering to a newcomer. In short, the local access channels enable me to become a better informed resident of Brookline, better positioned to become more actively involved in our town. And that brings me to the tremendous public service the Brookline Interactive Group, or BIG, provides to this town. Sometimes I'll miss a select board discussion that I'm keenly interested in. The fact that I can go to the BIG website, search for select board, find a recording of the meeting, and watch the discussion is enormous value. As a long-term member of the Brookline Community Aging Network and current steering committee member, I'm grateful to BIG for recording the annual candidates forum that Brookline Can and the League of Women Voters present and making that recording available so that all voters can have an opportunity to get to know the candidates better prior to the election. The age-friendly TV episodes, which I'm sure Matt will talk about after me, that BIG produces, records, and makes available, they help introduce residents to town leaders and key decision makers. There are many other meetings and events that BIG either broadcasts live or records and makes available later. My wife and I do not have direct connections with Brookline schools, but school committee meetings are quite important to many in Brookline, and BIG makes those available. And of course, there are the regular TV on TV episodes with our state representative, Tommy Vitolo. The list goes on and on. The public service is enormous. And I haven't even mentioned the opportunities BIG provides for youth employment and education. I donate to BIG, and I've encouraged others to do the same. But private donations like mine are not enough to support all the services that BIG provides. As the select board considers renewal of the Comcast contract, I urge the board to keep in mind the importance of
Thank
keeping
you,
up the
David.
funding.
That concludes your time. The next speaker is Matt Weiss. Matt, I'm promoting you now.
Yeah, so thank you, David, for mentioning my program or the town's program. I'm the chair of the Age Friendly Cities Committee. I'm also the host on the Age Friendly Cities TV. And for the last 10 years, more than the last 10 years, we've been bringing the town structure, key events, key activities, and key people in town to the older adult population, which is like over 20% of the town, and are people that still watch a lot of TV, not just streaming. And they rely on having both TV and streaming through Big. And Big has been wonderful throughout the years. I was assigned, my first role on the Age Friendly Cities Committee was in the area of communications to the older adults in town. And I've been working at that for the last 15 years almost. But it's been wonderful support from Big, wonderful reception from the town, and I've had a lot of fun, frankly. But I think it's really important. I also donate to them, obviously, but I also consider their needs for both money and support and access to the town being essential for older adults. We've done, for your information, 55 episodes with top people. Many of the people in this room have been on and been excellent, and given information to people just when they need it. We had the financial people, the tax people, just at the right time. We had the election people in charge, the town clerk, etc., just before elections, just in time. Before town meetings, we've had the town moderator on just in time to give and inform the town as to what they need, the information they needed to make decisions and to input to this group and to every other group in town. I just want to first of all, thank them, frankly, and thank Comcast for providing them because the vehicle has really has been wonderful. And I don't want to use 3 full minutes because I'm getting on again maybe later. Thanks.
Thank you. That concludes the speakers who signed up in advance of the meeting. But if there are other individuals who wish to speak online, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature at this time. Or if in the room, please make your presence known. Okay, I do have a couple of others, but I just wanted to see if there were any others before I call them up. One is we did have a student who wished to speak during this public hearing, but they, again, due to timing, had to leave out. And I did say that he could share a recorded video, so I'm going to try to share that right now. My audio may not work. Let me, Jessica, I'll take you and then I'll see if I can tinker with the audio real quick on this one. Jessica Spicer.
Hi, everybody. Hello, my name is Jessica Smizer.
Sorry, Jessica, can you hold just 1 second? The main screen's not flipping, so I need to make sure that we've got you visible. Okay. I think we're set now. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Jessica Smizer. I'm Executive Director at Brookline Interactive, aka BIG, Brookline's Community Media Center. Many thanks to the Select Board and our friends from Comcast, as well as all the wonderful people who have spoken on our behalf tonight. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about the cable-related needs that are important to Brookline. BIG addresses many needs for the town of Brookline, including broadcasting important meetings such as town meetings, select board, and school committee. This year, for the first time, we've been airing many other important meetings such as Conservation and Preservation meetings, Housing Advisory Board, Parks and Recreation Commission, Zero Emission Advisory Board, Transportation Board, Town School Partnership, and a recent special committee called Expenditures and Revenue Study Committee. That translates to televising anywhere between 6 and 12 local public meetings a week on our civic channel, which is Comcast Channel 8. The need for firsthand information that helps Brookline citizens with civic decision-making is more important than ever, and we are honored to meet that need. BIG also provides many benefits to the town of Brookline, including coverage of important Brookline events, businesses, and organizations that air on our community channel, which is Comcast Channel 6. We provide space for members to learn and gather, free community classes in editing and production, and support for community-generated content. Unlike many community media outlets across the country, BIG is more popular than ever. Our membership increased 300% this year. That is not a typo. BIG has gone up from a low of 32 members in 2024 to a high of 150 active members as of today. This past summer, we employed over 30 teens in 3 different media making programs, our highest teen cohort ever. We are confident that we are the future of local media, training media makers and educating media consumers, cultivating an interest in their community and nurturing a desire to learn high-quality production techniques. We rely on the support of our cable franchise partners and the town to continue our work. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. I'm going to try to share this video from here.
Share with sound.
Yep. Skills through their mission and the people who bring it to life. Since I've been most involved with Brookline's youth BIG. My name is Ben Ma. I'm a junior at Brookline High School, and I've been working at BIG through their youth programs over the past 4 years, and I've been involved for even longer than that. Over those years, I've learned invaluable skills through their mission and the people who bring it to life. Since I've been most involved with Brookline's BIG's youth programs, that's where I'll focus on tonight. The first time when I went to BIG was in 2018 with a friend for the VR nights. This was when recreational VR was still relatively new, and I thought it was one of the coolest things ever. I was only in 4th grade, and I didn't have much of a sense of how the world worked, but I remember being especially surprised there was a place in Brookline that had something like that. Fast forward to after COVID, and I joined Brainwave, a teen-produced variety TV show. I stayed with the program through 9th and 10th grade, and it was really last summer where I realized how much I was gaining, not just in enjoyment, but in real-world skills. Since then, I've worked on a short documentary piece for the Puppet Showplace Theater in Brookline Village, and helped produce a short film professionally alongside a lot of other teens this past summer. Through these fantastic opportunities, I've gained many valuable experiences from BIG's youth programming. I visited an actual professional studio not long ago, and I was surprised to see many things I was already familiar with. When the people there kindly explained what equipment was, which equipment was what and what it did, I realized I knew a lot more than I thought. But most importantly, I developed a lot of social skills. I'm a pretty shy kid, and a few years ago, when I first started at BIG, I wasn't confident in carrying a conversation with adults, and I was always afraid of messing up and saying the wrong thing. But I can confidently say that I've grown since then. The staff have been incredible mentors, and I've also met a lot of students that I've really enjoyed working with. I've been so happy to be a part of that community. This past summer, while I worked on the short film, it was a truly amazing, eye-opening experience. Working on a set, constantly communicating, and being responsible for an essential part of the production taught me so much. Recently, I found myself making decisions I used to be afraid of. I no doubt owe much of that to BIG. All in all, what I'm trying to say is that I've cultivated a deep connection with BIG as I've grown up with it. The people, the place, and its mission have all been real and beneficial to me. The youth programming they provide is invaluable to our community. On any given day, I'll walk onto the 3rd floor 46 Tap-In and see people hanging out and creating things. I I've talked a lot about my own personal experiences, but PIG's programs reach far beyond. In the past few weeks, I've been helping a staff member and intern teach a class at the Brookline Teen Center. Even my younger sister, Ellie, has learned a lot from BIG's youth classes, and she's still in middle school. I feel incredibly lucky for the opportunities BIG has provided for me in the Brookline community. It's an amazing resource where anyone can build skills, community, and confidence, and I think that's truly a wonderful thing. Thank you. My name is Ben Ma.
Okay. All right. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak during this hearing at this time? Okay, there are just over 10 individuals in the room, 26 online, and it looks like no one else is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing, and I'll ask select board members to give any comments, and I'd like to start myself. I remember the pandemic when everything was closed down, and the government, however, unlike certain other governments, town government could not close down. And it was only because of BIG allowing us to operate on Zoom that we were able to continue functioning and providing services to our residents, both regular services as well as a number of emergency services that we were able to develop to help people through the pandemic. Now, that was then, and this is now when BIG still remains an important function here in town, as people have indicated in previous statements. But there will be emergencies in the future, and the fact that we have a big infrastructure is going to be critically important. Those emergencies could be sort of routine snow emergencies when we can't meet in person, but we'll have to meet for various forms of town business. I mean, those are just examples of the important role that BIG plays to ensure that town government can function under difficult circumstances. But they also do a lot of things that are not in the category of emergencies. I chair the Martin Luther King Celebration Committee, and BIG plays a critical role in providing video recordings of our main events, as well as other events that we hold throughout the year. These recordings are on the website of the committee and are available to the entire world, and people all over the country view them and benefit from those programs. On Brookline Day and a number of other events around town, BIG puts up a tent or some type of structure and has interviews of government officials, town meeting members, committee chairs, et cetera, and select board members. These are usually students who interview us about various topics that they're interested in, and gives us an opportunity to be interviewed and have our views and just a little bit about ourselves available to the public. That's a small thing, but I think it's a critically important thing that BIG does. So, I mean, there's so many things that BIG is valuable, or so many things that BIG does that are just absolutely critically important to functioning of town government. And you know, for myself, I'd like to thank them for that and all the work that they've done. So, Paul.
Yep. Thank you, Bernard. I agree 100% about BIG. You'd think this was a public hearing on BIG and not Comcast.
Well, it's a hearing to let Comcast know,
Right.
and the world know the role that BIG plays in our community.
Which leads,
and
the reason I said that, because which leads to my question and my comment. We know how critical BIG and other organizations like BIG's are to local access, especially for seniors and other folks that may be confined to their house or where they live. But we've seen, because of cord cutting, continued decline in fees, cable fees. And my question for Comcast is, you know, what is what do they project in the future? Is this going to continue? Are we going to continue to see a decline in cable fees? Is there a move at all? Any advocacy? Do they see changes in legislation that would allow for the allocation of internet fees over to local access? Because that's really what we're talking about. We're hearing everybody say how great big is and how much we need it. But, Comcast, because of the way it's currently structured, is funding less and less. So that's my first. Then I have a follow-up.
Yeah, I think we want to really focus on big and its role and the role it plays in the community, as opposed to sort of basically the finances and other things of Comcast. But
Is it this-
if they
is it-
have,
But isn't this a license renewal public hearing for Comcast?
it is.
Okay, so I'm asking the Comcast representative about this. Is that it's a legitimate question. Cable fees are declining, which is how big gets funded. Internet is, there are more and more cord cutters. I'm a cord cutter. I don't have a cable box in my house. Where do they see this going? And is there any change at the state level? I don't know what has to change in order to allocate more funding to local access. Is the big representative still on?
I can respond briefly on just, as the representative from Comcast on the call, on the hearing. Your concern is not unique. This is true that due to cord cutting, these fees and, the way the fees work is it's a percentage of the gross annual revenue derived from cable subscribers only. And it is cable subscribers only per federal law. I can't speak to what the future holds in terms of, if somebody will change the federal law, if there's action to do so. But those are the parameters that we're operating within. So I don't see that for changing in the near future in terms of where those revenues are derived from. Again, we're in the parameters of federal law, but we have seen the cord cutting. You're correct, and that is it has affected these fee payments, and to that end, cable subscribers themselves. All I can say is we're still going to continue operating
Thank you.
within the parameters of federal law.
Okay, I see Charlie Young is on the line.
I was just going to, Charlie Young, Assistant Town Administrator for Finance. I was going to suggest that, this is a hearing just broadly about the license, as Paul, sort of outlines. It's not, it would be great to talk about the positive sides, but if you want to talk about Comcast performance, if you want to talk about, if you want to ask those kinds of questions, that's totally fine. That's all I wanted to say, Bernard.
Okay,
Thank you.
go
I
ahead.
did have a follow-up. I was shopping in Whole Foods the other night and I was stopped by a senior member of our community. He saw that Comcast was on our agenda and he wanted me to ask Comcast about senior discount programs. Rates continue to go up. Some folks certainly are in our senior community are cost burdened, and this is their only access to town government or what's going on within their community and within the world. And honestly, I didn't go look. I'm asking now, are there programs based on income or certain type of status to help alleviate cost for subscribers?
Yes, under our existing license, we have a senior discount for cable subscribers. We also have multiple programs available, although it's not pertinent to the purpose of this hearing. We do have other programs available for internet as well that applies to seniors. I'm happy to communicate with you offline if you're interested in getting more information about that. I know I've worked with multiple members of the town administration to that
Okay.
end. So
Great. So there's discount programs, which is what you're saying.
Correct.
So I'm point this person back towards Comcast to investigate those. Thank you so much.
Any other, Mike?
I would just make 2 points. One, certainly to echo what Paul said with regard to the value of access. Certainly in this time of democratic challenge broadly in our country, the ability for Brookline residents to become informed about the workings of our local government through BIG and also through the Comcast channels that BIG supports is a critical piece in maintaining Brookline's capacity for democracy and engagement with all citizens. I would also add, certainly in the area of election coverage, Brookline's town elections don't necessarily get big coverage through other sources, and BIG's coverage of our local elections in particular are, I think, some of the most watched programming that BIG provides. So I would be chagrined to see that put in any sort of jeopardy.
Okay. We'll close or we'll end this item. Unless there's anything else that Charlie would like to say.
No, I'd just like to thank Angela and thank you to the select board and for everyone for who came in to comment. We appreciate it.
Okay, next, item 11, net zero goal. Question of directing the Sustainability and Natural Resources Division to construct the Climate Action and Resilience Plan, or CARP, against a net zero goal of 2050, consistent with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts's 2050 goal and as recommended by the Zero Emissions Advisory Board. So who's going to speak on that?
I guess I will.
Okay.
And you have Alexandra Vecchio, who's the Director of Sustainability on.
Oh.
Okay. Alexandra, so
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Alexandra Vecchio, Director of Sustainability and Natural Resources. This is a continuation of the discussion that took place last week, where I gave a presentation and update on the Climate Action and Resiliency Plan. One of the topics that we covered was the question of what the plan's target should be, whether it be a net zero by 2040, 2050, or some other year to direct that plan. And as Michael noted in our conversation last week, this is something that ZIAB took up during their recent public meeting and has advised that the plan align with the state plan as well as utility plans for that target of 2050. So happy to answer any questions that you all have about that.
okay, I was asked to raise a question about the optics of this, given the context of the current political environment where our federal administration is, gung-ho in undermining climate advocacy and climate action. Does this look like we are sort of caving into that sentiment on the part of many people in our federal government? I mean, apparently we're not going to meet our goals by 2050 any more than we're going to meet them by 2040. So, I mean, does it make sense to continue symbolically saying that we're trying to meet 2040s so that the optics don't look bad? Chaz, you
Sure.
had your hand up?
Well, I want to give Alexandra a chance to, and
Yeah,
then
okay.
I have some thoughts on that too.
Thank you. I would just say this was discussed as well at the ZIAB meeting, maybe not specific to in the context of the federal government, but just this question of do we want to have a truly ambitious target, even if it isn't necessarily attainable, and what message are we sending with that? I think what I would say is that either way, we are looking to move as aggressively as possible. I think this question around 2040 versus 2050 is really looking at it in the context of some of the other factors that will influence our outside funding streams. By that, I mean grant funding from the state and partnerships with the utility, as well as infrastructure upgrades that are decided by those outside of our control that will allow us to meet those goals. So I think that the the importance of making sure that we're aligned with the state and making sure that we have identified resources to be able to fund the work we're trying to do is also really important. But I do hear the concern about making sure that we are still perceived as ambitious as possible. I think that the climate action plan does aim to do that regardless of that overall emissions target.
Guys?
Yeah, I think this is not a question necessarily of are we over ambitious? I think it's indexing ourselves to the state, which is important given the state's role that it plays in this process. And I also think that, sure, in the immediate term, the federal government is hostile to climate action. But in the long term, I mean, even the Chinese government, which has been historically quite unwilling to set itself targets on carbon cap emissions, has set for the first time targets on carbon cap emissions. Like it or not, climate change exists. Climate change is happening. Climate change is man-made. And we will either do something about it or we will warm the planet by 3 to 4 degrees, and our grandchildren will thank us for it appropriately. So I think the question is not necessarily should we be should we, view this as over optimistic? It's possible that we'll miss this target, right? Other communities are not setting 2050 goals, but I think setting it as a goal for the CARP to achieve and then asking the teams working on the CARP, how can we, what are the steps we need to get there? How do we balance that out? How do we ensure that we keep that focus on when there are so many other things for us to balance and juggle when we think about this? Is a worthwhile achievement. I think climate defeatism in the face of the current situation is not going to get us anywhere. Like it or not, we have to be working towards the reality of an environment that uses dramatically less carbon than we use now, or emits dramatically less carbon than we use now. Because like it or not, we're going to be there. People can yell and scream all they want about climate change being a myth, but it's happening. And the reality is eventually the market will correct for it. And we just have to be ready to make that happen. And so I don't think being realistically ambitious on this, even if we fall short of the target, is a bad idea. I think it's a strong idea and one that we need to continue to emphasize.
David?
I also think it's important that we align with the state. So the state's goal is 2050 at this point, and others have mentioned that. But the reason why that's critically important is we talk a lot about moving toward all electric and net zero within Brookline. We need to remember that if we don't have the capacity with our electric grid system beyond Brookline, then the primary energy source is still going to be fossil fuel, even if we're completely using electric. So we need to be mindful about what's occurring at a broader level, be in alignment with that broader level, and broader in this context, I'm referring to the state. Ideally, it would be federal government as well. But if we're not in alignment with the state and we're operating toward a goal of 2040 that doesn't match the spending, the increase in grid capacity that's taking place at other levels of government, then we are definitely going to fail, and we will not be spending our finite resources, financial resources, appropriately or in the most efficient manner. So I think it's important for transparency purposes that we have that broader alignment with other municipalities and with the state, rather than sticking to 2040 for optics, knowing full well that we wouldn't be achieving what we're truly setting out to accomplish.
Michael?
The other thing that I would add to David's comments and comments from staff is I believe that the CARP is, and Alexandra, please step in and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the Climate Action Resilience Plan is a 10-year plan with a 5-year check-in. So what we are doing in the construction of this CARP is to set our activities between now and 2035. And the determination of what the appropriate activities within that 10-year time frame would be different if we were aligning that with a 2040 goal versus a 2050 goal. And as many people have mentioned, given all of the other external factors, funding, the electric grid, et cetera, we are still operating in the construction of the CARP with defining our actions over the next 10 years.
Okay, any other discussion?
Over here.
Yes.
Sorry. Sorry, thank you. Thank you, Alexandra, and thank you, Michael, as well, and for the work you do with ZIAB. I may have asked this question before, but I think it's a question worth asking again. Will part of this CARP be to put a number on how many, what percentage of Brookline's motor vehicle, and I'm not talking about the town's motor vehicles, but the registered cars, registered vehicles in Brookline, will we put a number on what percentage we want to be EVs by 2050? And will we put a number on what percentage of Brookline individual properties we hope to be participating in some kind of conversion to electric heating by 2050? Will we be that concrete, you know, in the target for 2050 and also targets along the way?
Yes, is the short answer. Little context that I will just add is that, as Michael mentioned, this is a 10-year plan. So it's working us towards that net zero goal, whether it be at 2040 or 2050. But the goals themselves are looking at what needs to be achieved in a 10-year period, with the opportunity to adjust those in 5 years and, you know, possibly look further out. So just to clarify, yes, we are looking at what is that percentage of EV adoption we need, what is that percentage of home electrification, but particularly looking at it over the 10-year period of the plan.
Thank you. Paul.
Yep, Bernice, I just want to let you know that I'm supportive of the 2050 goal for the reasons that Michael outlined and David as well, and I think Chaz had articulated. So if you were counting.
No, I'm not counting.
Okay.
Nice to hear what your vote's going to be, but you know, we're not ready.
I'm very supportive.
David.
Just when we are talking about home electrification and encouraging a higher percentage, not just of our public fleet, but private vehicles being electric and hybrid, we also need to be aware of the costs, the financial costs associated with that for our residents, because home electrification is not always affordable. And even electric vehicles, they tend to have higher insurance premiums. There's some additional upkeep with that. They are great, especially if the primary energy source, again, is also a renewable resource. But we want to make sure that as we are pursuing this new goal of 2050, and it appears the votes are here for that, that as we're targeting that goal, that we also make sure that our residents have assistance. And obviously, it's not going to all come from the town. We're going to need to convince our state legislative delegation to try to provide more incentives and more opportunities for residents of more limited economic means to help electrify their homes and their vehicles. Because I don't like the idea of creating certain benchmarks without paying attention to what the economic cost will be for residents and their ability to get to that point. I think that both of these efforts need to be looked at together.
Good, thanks. John.
I just want to acknowledge an email that we got, and it's very short. I'm going to read it. And it says, "Dear select people, we want to bring to your attention the parking lot to the right of Temple Kehilleth, Israel, behind the shops on Harvard Street. The entire right side of the lot are spaces that can only be used to charge EVs. They are mostly empty during the day. Any chance you could make them available to everyone during the day and restrict them to EVs at night? The businesses and their customers in the area would be happier." I don't want to take advantage, so I won't say who that came from, but because I haven't yet asked her permission. But I made much the same point myself last week, and I think the way I would sum up the message of this email is Brookline people are watching. You know, they're not just watching to see if we are actually setting achievable markers for measuring how much progress we're making in electrification, but they're also watching to see if some of the changes that have been brought about in the name of electrification are actually working out the way we hoped they would. And there's two ways to look at the situation described in that email. One is, let's do a better job of raising up the number of EVs in Brookline so that those many EV recharging stations in the Fuller Street parking lot are used on a regular basis and not empty on a regular basis. That's one way to look at it. And the other way to look at it is, let's recognize that if we overreach and, for example, put in parking spaces that can only be used by EVs in excess of the number of people with EVs who use them, it can do harm. It can do harm to businesses that don't have spaces for customers who would like to use them, but they drive gasoline-powered vehicles and they can't use them. So that's all I'm saying. And I think this person who sent this email, I just want them to know it's appreciated.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay, we do have this on the calendar for a vote. So I'd like to move that the Select Board direct the Sustainability and Natural Resources Division to construct the Climate Action and Resilience Plan against the net zero goal of 2050, consistent with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts's 2050 goal and as recommended by the Zero Emissions Advisory Board. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, Town and Schools MOU, question of approving a memorandum of understanding between the town and public schools of Brookline regarding financial policies and practices. This rose out of the Clifton TLA.
Larson Allen,
Clifton
yeah.
Larson and Allen report of earlier this year. So do you want to?
Sure. Thank you very much. This document came out of the product of negotiations through staff on the town and school side and was reviewed as well by members of the town school partnership. The school committee voted on it and voted to approve it. And as you can see, I think, one of the some of the benefits here are particularly related to the sharing of information and processes on the town and school side. Setting, for example, the timeline for sharing our forecasts, our 5-year forecasts out in advance of these processes, in advance of the budget process is very important. Putting that in writing. The schools, for example, committing to the discussion of how the Office of Student Services has reconstituted itself in the aftermath of the CLA report and is now working effectively with the Office of Administration and Finance to ensure the operations of the schools and the services that are provided are appropriately handled. The progress that's being made there, being able to report out on that, being able to report out on the changes to their policies and procedures in advance of the May election, I think is very critical. That was an item that was negotiated, I think really strenuously with an emphasis to to our focus in this, or the town's focus in this, is really about restoring confidence, restoring community confidence in both our processes and the schools. There was an $8.2 million shortfall between what had been allotted to the schools for FY26, which we're currently in, and what this initial projection of the school's budget was. And at the time, there was even the worry that there was a $3 million hole in the current fiscal year budget. I think the response was a mix of, sort of incredulity and then panic, really, a sense that, how could we be here? What got us into this place? What do we do about this? And I think the select board responded very efficiently in saying, we don't want to be pointing fingers at the schools at this time. What we want to be doing is helping the schools and authorizing us to invest in the schools and spend that money on that CLA report and provide whatever support we could in that moment. And I think the schools have really responded appropriately. You can see in the interim superintendent's work that she's really committed to not just righting the ship, but putting long-term policies in place that restore that confidence and make people feel like the schools are providing that, critical level of service necessary to our students and to the broader community. I am a broken record when I say this, but when it comes to these things, it's not a zero-sum game. The town, the other municipal departments rely on the health of the school department. It is a major draw for why people move to Brookline, why they pay taxes in Brookline, why they continue to live in Brookline and encourage others to come here. We only thrive when the schools thrive. And so realizing that and building out this MOU that provides, I hope, confidence to the community that the issues that arose in the spring are not going to be repeated is really what the aim of this has been. So I look forward to us working together, continuing to work together with the superintendent and her team to effectuate this and make sure that those public facing discussions about what's going right in the school department now and what we continue to need to do to improve on where we're going will be further votes of confidence, will be further measures of confidence that the public can come to expect.
Okay, David.
Just a question I have. So I noticed the sunset clause for September 2026. I wonder why we would have a sunset clause to practices that seem quite prudent and one would hope would continue in perpetuity.
It's my hope that this forms the basis of a broader reimagining of the town school partnership. That's where I hope this goes in the long run. The town school partnership is unique as a town body. It's the only place where you have regular lines of communication between the three most important bodies in town, which is town meeting through the advisory committee, the select board, and the school committee. And so my hope is that this builds as part of the building blocks of trust. And we say, well, these are the good government portions of this that don't need to expire, like the sharing of the forecasts, like the like the Munis working group and so forth. That's not going to sunset. I hope that's not going to sunset as a part of this. I hope that then forms the basis of us using the town school partnership more productively. And I will say behind the scenes, that's already happening. I'm very grateful, for example, the chair of the school committee and the chair of the select board are now meeting in order to ensure that the town school partnership meetings are productive and are not just, standing meetings to kind of talk vaguely about issues, but actually move processes forward. So I am optimistic that we are turning a corner on that and that TSP is going to be where the rubber meets the road for longer term improvements.
Paul.
Yep. Jess, first, thanks for getting this done. This is really important for the community to, as you said, rebuild trust and faith in how finances are being managed, not just for the schools, but they see it also for the town, right? This is a town-wide issue, not just a schools issue. The one thing, and maybe it's in here through some of this wording, but the regular practice that has been developed where the schools have printed and published their budget that is far in excess of the financial capabilities of the town. And then this incredibly difficult process, the community thinking that the school's budget's being cut. I didn't see that addressed here, that level of collaboration, maybe it's in the town school partnership, but to really bring in line the school's budget with what the capabilities of the town's funding is. It seems to be missing here.
So that's in paragraph 2.
It is in 2.
And that's, we didn't want to be, because to your point, it's not just the schools, right? It's the town too. We have, especially in recent years, there have been this issue where the schools would publish their budget book in advance of the town's budget book. And then there would be this kind of chip set down. And then the town would say, well, we haven't even published the allotment yet. We haven't even published what the revenue split is. What is this? We've gotten much better at aligning on that front, and we are better still aligned. And a part of this process is to say at the town school partnership, before we publish our budget books,
Have these conversations.
yeah, this is where we are. Where are you? What do you need to do to get to where we are?
Yeah.
You know, and so that before we're not in this environment where everyone says, oh, it's a cut, because it's not a cut. It's figuring out how to make the budget.
Okay, I'm glad that it's into, and I know the words aren't exactly there, but the practice will happen. And again, this isn't because the schools are doing something wrong. This is what they believe. It's just a tighter collaboration in the development of the entire Brookline town budget.
Right.
And when I say town, I'm saying capital town, which includes the schools.
Right.
It would save a lot of angst insured within the community that's watching as the budget gets developed. So I appreciate it's in there. Thank you, Chaz.
By the way, I'd like to sort of go back to David's comment. Items 1, 2, 4, and 5 seem to me are those items that we want to have a continued, we want to continue beyond 2026. I mean, a few of the others, do sunset in 2026. So I think that that's a legitimate, concern with respect to, for example, written contracts for purchases and services over 10,000. That was mentioned in the CLA report. That's not just something that, is for next year. It's really an ongoing requirement that should be expected of the school committee.
Yeah, and I think the conversation there which I understood the school's position on is really, we take that to heart. We are doing that. We're doing this now. And, I wanted to be, I think both sides really wanted to be clear. This document is not intended to be punitive or blameing or any of that. It's supposed to be confidence building and forward facing. And so we didn't want to say to the schools, oh, here's everything in the CLA report that they said that was a finding, even if it's something that you've totally resolved and now are able to move on from. Because, in this, we cite this procurement one, for example, these issues are, yes, like at the time of that report, those issues were identified. But once that was identified, the school administration did the right thing and moved to address those issues. And it is no longer the case that there is someone who's not PPO certified, and who, they are working, hand in glove with the procurement team to make sure that there aren't those issues. So these are not so much just say, well, you haven't been doing it and now so there's got to be a watchdog to make sure. We're acknowledging that this is the standard and continuing practice of the schools.
I mean, there is a watchdog, and that's town school partnership. And that body has to make sure that, that with respect to procurement, and we're asking them to continue to comply with the federal procurement requirements, ensure that that is not something that ends next year.
Right.
And then that there are procedures in place to ensure that.
Yep.
So, David?
Right. To further Bernard's point, personnel, especially on the school side, has been changing quite a bit. And there's an interim superintendent right now. There'll be somebody else again in a year or two in that position. And that person will probably bring in new deputy superintendents and other new people. And then some of what's in this MOA might not be at the forefront of what they're thinking about. And so I think it's important to the extent that these are good practices, and in some instances, it's not just that it's a good practice, it's a federal requirement, that everyone really be mindful of it, regardless of who the individual is, because individuals change over time. That happens on the town side too, of course. My perception is that I think the schools were a bit concerned about the tone that maybe this sets, that it does, some could interpret it as being punitive, as being reactive to that CLA report, and that what they want to see something that's more balanced. And I credit that assessment that if we're going to move forward with having a list of sound practices and federal requirements around procurement and practices we should be consistently engaged in, that perhaps it could be worded in a neutral way that it applies to us too. Now, I think we're already doing it, of course, but these are practices that everyone should be following, whether it's school department or a town department. And if it has more neutral wording in that manner, perhaps the school department will be more amenable to not having a sunset clause.
Well,
Um,
I'm sorry.
I'm glad that you brought up the sunset clause, struck me as well and I don't know where this is at. I know the school committee adopted it.
Yeah.
Is it possible to make an amendment to the sunset language that just says which items will sunset? So the things that were clearly kind of reactive to the CLA that they're working on, but leave those, as Bernard pointed out, there's 3 or 4 things here that just make good sense for the town to collaborate on. Maybe that's just the town school partnership. I don't know, but to memorialize it seems like a reasonably good idea.
David?
There was a
Oh, I'm
lot of.
sorry. Mike, go ahead. Yeah.
But I did have a question.
I mean, yes, we can absolutely, we can take it back. We can do that. I think it's just a question of, you know, do we want to do that? Do we want to hold this and do that? Or do we want to kind of memorialize that in a new sort of longer term agreement on how the town school partnership works? I think that's the question I have.
Just to that particular point, I would prefer the latter approach because I know it took a lot of effort to get the school department to sign on to this version. I wouldn't want to lose that momentum. So I'm fine with this for now, but I'm hoping that we will memorialize something that's broader and that is not solely school focused, but on all departments about these practices. What is federally required? What's in the federal code of regulations, state code of regulations? Make sure that's all very clear and at the forefront of everyone's mind, regardless of who is occupying which position. And that's something that town school partnership can work on and perhaps have that agreement in place prior to the sunset.
Michael?
So first of all, I would agree with David that the amount of work that has gone into this is something that we should take advantage of, and that we will have opportunities to forge additional agreements and so forth. I guess the question that I have, and I don't know if this is the purview of the town school partnership or some other body, but it looks like within the context of this document, what this document attempts to do is to create certain policies that establishes practices for the schools and potentially, in some cases, the schools and the town. And so I guess stepping one level up from this, has there been any discussion either within the context of these negotiations or within the town school partnership about the process of creating policies for whatever issue, for whatever subject matter or detailed matter that would establish a process by which the schools and the town can create these common policies of agreement and get them ratified and memorialized as sort of an ongoing practice of incrementally improving our body of policies. Because as David points out, people change, and having these policies memorialized and accessible to people as they come on board would ultimately build systems that the town and the schools could implement and maintain in order to establish best practices and maintain them over time.
Yes, and I think particularly when I look at this example of Munis in item 3, right? You know, since I've come here, I have been saying again and again, we've got to do better at shared services. We've got to do a better job at identifying efficiencies and running them through. There are things where it makes perfect sense to have parallel processes for the town and the schools doing different things. There are things where it doesn't make sense. And especially in a tight budget environment. Sure, it's nice to have everything you want, but we can't afford everything we want. The response that I have gotten from the schools has been a justifiable hesitation, a sense of, we don't have trust that if we give up what they view as giving up their autonomy in some of these areas, that we will get the level of service that we need, and that we'll just be ignored, and that the town doesn't really care about us. They just care about the bottom line. And so to build the trust necessary in these areas to say that that's not our intention at all. Our intention is to be good partners in this and to provide service to both sides that is uniform, so that there isn't this sense of, oh, you have a town client and a schools client. You have a town of Brookline client that you serve regardless of what side of the budget you may sit on. Those policies and procedures need to be built on shared trust. And so taking the fiscal policies and the operational policies that are outlined in here and using those as building blocks to build that relationship, and then be able to continue to generate policies about our financial policies and procedures, our operational policies and procedures. That's where I hope this winds up going, is that we can demonstrate the value of a productive, interactive working relationship that results in long-term documented policies and not just ad hoc ways of doing business. So.
I just wanted to ask a simple question. It's now October. Are we this month going to be getting a quarterly report on the town's spending and revenues?
So we are going to finish the budgeting process. We're going to be finishing the forecast for December. That's what I'm targeting on that. You know, we generally don't provide those sorts of quarterly reports, because, you know, when it comes to the actual revenues and expenditures, it's often a question of there are lagging indicators that we need to basically shore up in order to ensure that we're where we need to be. Well, I'm happy with that said, I'm happy to provide the data we have to the select board at any time. It's not a secret. I just think in terms of the value to you about where we are and where we're going, the current process that we have of providing you with that information about where we think we are at the forecast in December is going to be more helpful than presenting in November.
Yeah, you know, but we are asking the schools to do this, right? You know,
I think the big difference here is that the school, the big panic that we encountered was that there was a shortfall. We were seeing a shortfall in the current fiscal year budget that was not being reported out, or that was not discovered. And then when it was discovered, thankfully the schools were able to cover it. But at the time was something that if they had been reporting it out on a quarterly basis, they would have caught. We have internal structures in place that prevent us from doing that. You know, and we are also still working on the internal, the longer term budget processes that we handle simultaneously. For example, right now, we are putting together the capital improvement plan for next year. And then we have the budget, any budget adjustments that need to be made at town meeting, which is itself an opportunity to report on where we are financially, and whether any mid-year adjustments need to be made. So I'm confident in this case that, you know, the spending our budget resources on the quarterly report, when we're already kind of doing that sort of updated town meeting, might not necessarily be the best use of our time. With that said, we have the data and we're happy to share it with you. I just don't necessarily think that it's that level of quarterly reporting. You know, we are not in the situation where the schools were last year.
yeah, it's just a question that occurred to me because I saw, you know, that we're now making this part of this MOU with the schools. But I'll leave it to the other select board members to think about, you know, whether we want to ask for that same kind flow of information. But I don't think that's not the purpose of this discussion. So
I also, you know, I think the other aspect of this, and it's something we'll discuss in expenditures and revenues, for example, is that there are elements of the budget that are not necessarily, like we're not encountering a fiscal crunch in the sense of like, oh, there's a shortfall and we don't know how we're going to pay our bills. Like that's where we were initially with the schools
Yeah,
last
yeah.
summer. If that were to happen, we would be coming to you no matter what.
Yeah.
But that's not, what does happen over the course of the year is that some accounts are coming higher than others, some accounts come in lower than others, and we have to figure out how to balance those things out. But often that doesn't happen until the end of the fiscal year. And at that point, we will report out on where we are and what the changes will be in the following fiscal year.
David?
Just to John's point, I do think that as we look at a successor agreement, that we probably do want to apply the same standards for what we expect of the school department to ourselves, even if on the town side we haven't had these same difficulties. It does come across, in terms of how one might perceive it, as punitive if we're going to say that the school department has to adhere to certain protocols, including some that are federal law, and that on the town side we don't because we already do. It's great that we already do, but again, personnel changes over time. I think we want to hold everyone equally accountable.
And, for example, we can provide the quarterly reports that Charlie provides to the AC. So happy to do that.
Okay, so it currently goes to the AC, so they're out there.
Yeah, I mean, I want to look at what the schools provide versus what we provide to the AC, but I think happy to have that. That's just kind of a quarterly update on where we are.
And I hope it's useful to us.
Well, I think it
Just
can
more
be.
paper.
It can be potentially useful if there's certain patterns that emerge.
Yeah.
So if projections in one area are consistently coming a bit low and consistently high in another area, being made aware of that is helpful. And we generally are. It's just I don't think we have that as a firm policy. It seems to be more a practice.
Well, and to, just add to that, the state does quarterly reporting of revenues and expenditures. And, it's always interesting to hear, the revenues are running ahead of, revenues are running behind, et cetera. Feels like something that might be useful to have. That's all.
We can certainly get you that. I mean, for revenues, again, it's a lagging indicator. We tend to,
Right.
But we are happy to get that information to you.
Right. And they tend to look at it in terms of, they look back a year at the quarter the year before, and that's where they make the comparison. Not like, did we do a quarter of all revenues in this quarter? So you don't always do a quarter by quarter, but you can benchmark it to the previous year's quarter.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, are we ready to vote? I think it's
We're just voting on the schools MOU at this point, right?
voting on the schools MOU, but I want to incorporate into that vote this, I guess, a side letter that we're talking about putting together to address some of the issues that have ongoing beyond next year relevance.
So maybe
Or
a
do you?
vote to adopt it, and then also a vote to take to town school partnership with the goal of a long-term agreement.
Right.
So
I mean, is that what people are thinking
I
about?
would support that. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but that wouldn't happen right away. Right?
No.
Right.
But it's
For
just,
renewal, we'd have a longer.
yeah, with the goal, right, with the goal of a longer term, which really I think would form.
Mutually beneficial.
Yes,
balance.
that's right. Right.
okay, or with that caveat, I move approval of the memorandum of understanding between the town and public schools of Brookline regarding financial policies and practices, with the expectation that we will get a side letter with respect to longer term issues between us. Okay, all in favor? John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. MBTA Transit Signal Priority, question of approving an MOU, another MOU with the MBTA.
Sorry, Bernard, that was an older version of the agenda. That was from the draft. We moved that to next week.
Okay, sorry, I should have read this script right here. Select board article recommendations, or whatever it's called, actually.
Sounds like it.
Something like that. Warrant articles discussion. So what I wanted to do there is to, as we take up warrant articles for the upcoming town meeting, I would like to recommend that we identify articles in which we will make no recommendation and will not make a presentation to town meeting. You know, these would be articles that are not germane to our role as the town's executive, or articles that are presented mainly to make a political statement or foreign policy statement, which we get a lot of, that are outside the authority or expertise of the select board. But I'm recommending that all articles receive a hearing so that everyone has an opportunity to present articles that we may not want to make a recommendation on, but they may want to articulate their views, their position, and argue that to the public. So what I'm suggesting is that our options in voting on warrant articles are favorable action, no action, and no recommendation. Now, you may recall that years ago, not many years ago, but a couple of years ago, we actually did that. There was some controversy because we also did not have public hearings on articles or make presentations, and that was some people in the community objected to that. So for a couple of years, we you did this, but without denying people a hearing. So I'm just suggesting that we, I guess, agree that this is how we will proceed with warrant article.
So Bernard, we would
Yeah.
still have the public hearing.
Yeah.
So people could voice their concern or whatever, and then,
Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
okay, that's,
So I mean, for example, one article that I think we want to make no recommendations, and one of the select board members suggested this, warrant article 19. I mean, that's an important resolution to many people in the community. And, I want to give them an opportunity. And warrant article 19 is the one about using the 25th Amendment to remove Trump from office. So, that's really kind of outside of our area of responsibility, authority. But I don't want to deny people who feel very strongly about this to have an opportunity to have a hearing. But, we're not going to make a recommendation or make a presentation to town meeting. So, yes.
I guess the only sort of wrinkle that I would add to that, and I am broadly supportive of what you're describing, is that if any one of us select boards is interested in making a motion to not make a recommendation, that motion be somehow privileged over the choice of recommending no action or favorable action, because that motion, a motion for no action or favorable action, sort of has built within it the fact that we are going to make a recommendation.
well, we usually have a discussion, Michael, that kind of, we narrow it down,
Sure,
right?
Sure.
We don't generally have to prioritize. But I think we'll figure it out.
My concern there is that there may be articles that, for example, I consider to be silly.
Yeah.
And would make no recommendation, but other members of the select board may think these are very important articles.
Right.
And I want to give people an opportunity to make that argument.
I completely agree. The detail is only when we get to the question of what are we voting on. If somebody, for example, if I think an article is silly and I don't think we should make a recommendation, and I make a motion to vote to not make a recommendation on that warrant article, 3 people may disagree, and because they actually want to make a recommendation, and it would be voted down. Whereas if we did the opposite, if we did it in the opposite order, then
I feel a little funny about you trying to engineer the way the votes go. It just feels funny to me. I don't know why.
Okay.
You can make a motion at any time about what you want.
Fair enough.
The chair's usually pretty good about getting a sense of where things are at. But Bernard, I actually have a quick question. We have quite a bit left on the agenda, some public hearings. I know us aging adults like to stand up and stretch our legs.
Oh, you want to take a
I
break?
just wanted to, no, I'm not saying right this moment, but because there's a lot of people that want to speak and stuff. When I'm asking you to look forward and decide when we may want to take a break, a 5-minute break, that's all.
Why don't we do it now? I mean, it's
Okay.
9 o'clock.
Mhm.
Wait,
Mhm.
someone's saying no?
Yeah.
Like, well, you haven't been sitting for 5 hours, so.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
she's been
actually-
waiting
actually,
to
she-
get,
they
for us to
have
get to
been- they have
their,
been
David.
yeah.
No, just on this discussion we're having now.
Mhm.
I do think that as the chief executive board of the town, we ought to be opining on everything, even if it means no opinion. That's fine. But I don't think that we should ever pull ourselves out for making a statement. If our statement is, as a board, we decided not to opine, that's okay, and we say that.
Well, that's no recommendation.
Right.
Okay.
I just think we should note that, not simply be completely silent on
Yeah,
a warrant
but-
article.
yeah.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay, there's objection to taking a break, so we'll just lumber forward.
Well, there was an objection from
The audience.
the audience.
And I'm
versus the-
deferring to the audience.
Okay.
Well, does the select board want to take a vote? Or take a break?
I'm going to go use the restroom, so you can do what you want. I'm going to excuse myself.
Okay. And I'll be right after you when you come back.
Mhm.
Okay. So that doesn't require a vote or anything, but just an understanding that,
Yeah,
we'll
yeah,
do it that way.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. Next, question, okay, I guess this is just a notice that we're withdrawing warrant article 5. Warrant article to dissolve the Human Resources Board. Do you want to talk?
Just
about
talk briefly, and I want to thank everyone involved in this and everyone who's held hearings and done the work on this. I mean, the short answer on this is the initial rounds of hearings have demonstrated that we're not quite ready to be here yet. There are still obviously issues here that we need to resolve in the long term. So it is important for us to do that, but we will take some additional time, as has been suggested by the initial hearings, and work through that both with our partners in the unions, and with other boards and commissions, and make sure we get to a good outcome here before bringing it back to town meeting. So we would recommend that you not offer a motion on this article.
Okay, we don't need to vote on that?
No.
Need to not act?
Right.
Okay. Okay, next, we're, public hearing on warrant articles. Let's start off with warrant article 13, so that Carol Cara can leave and go home.
Right. Good evening. Do I have this okay? I'm Carol Caro. I live at 1550 Beacon Street in Precinct 11. I'm here representing the petitioners for warrant Article 13. I serve as a member of the steering committee of Brookline Can, chair of the communication committee, and editor of the Brookline Can newsletter. For those of you who are not familiar with the Brookline Community Aging Network, it is a volunteer organization that advocates for seniors and provides information to help older adults stay active in the community. With me here or via Zoom are the other petitioners of this warrant article. Ruth Seidman, co-chair of Brookline Can, Matt Weiss, chair of Brookline Age Friendly Committee and host of the popular AFC TV show on Big. Also, I think Fran is here because she had another meeting, is Fran Perler, a member of the Council on Aging Advisory Committee and a town meeting member from Precinct 8. Warrant Article 13 addresses the unique opportunity offered by the town's acquisition of the Fisher Hill property. The warrant article supports the intent as decisions are made that the needs of the Council on Aging, the Senior Center, and Brookline's older population be very carefully considered in the planning. Brookline residents age 60 plus represent over 20% of the population. This is a segment of the population that has grown significantly in recent years and is projected to continue to grow. However, funding for services for this population is less than 0.3% of the town's budget. We want to ensure that senior use of Fisher Hill property receives more than 0.3% of consideration. The Senior Center for the 25 years has been providing an ever-increasing array of services and opportunities for connections, combating social isolation, and now needs more space. Parking is limited at the current location. The property on Fisher Hill has the potential to provide space for senior programming along with serving the needs of other sectors of the community. We are asking the town respectfully request that the select board, the planning department, and relevant committees explicitly include the needs of Brookline's older adults in their deliberations on Fisher Hill. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Not as if we ignore the senior community. I mean,
Well, you must be exhausted after all this chatting you've been going through.
Michael.
So first of all, I want to thank you and thank petitioners for bringing this article forward. I'm curious as to your I have a few questions. So first, I'm curious as to your experience thus far in terms of your own direct advocacy to the Fisher Hill Study Committee, and how you feel like your reception of that, how that advocacy has been received.
Well, we've appeared, some of us have appeared before different committees, but as a group, the four of us have appeared before the subcommittee of the advisory committee, and it was a unanimous vote in support of our resolution. And at the advisory committee, I think there was one abstention and otherwise 2 abstentions because Fran didn't vote because she's on the advisory committee. So 2 abstentions, and otherwise it was all in favor.
I'm sorry, I had a slightly different question. I was referring to direct advocacy of your concerns to the Fisher Hill Study Committee and whether whether you had made
Yes,
such
I didn't finish. Ruth, who is here, was at the meeting last night to represent us at that meeting. Matt has been at meetings with the diversity committee here in town. And I can't remember what other ones Fran's been involved with, but we have been about.
Okay. The second question that I had is I wonder if you had given any thought of sort of this warrant article as compared to warrant article, I believe it was 21 last May, with regard to the thriving of children, which was another
With regard to
with regard to the thriving of children, which was another article similar in that it looked at the needs of a specific demographic. In their case, they were advocating for public health. And it occurred to me that, the needs of seniors with regard to public health, as well as the needs for children with regards to considerations at Fisher Hill, sort of become this sort of complicated web of needs and considerations. So I'm wondering whether the intention of your warrant article is to any way cut through that sort of complicated web of different interests.
Well, I think the thing is, we are not asking for a permanent building on the Fisher Hill site. We're asking for being considered to share the space and to share it equitably among the others. So it's not taking space from anyone else or any other issue that.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Can I just add, at last night's meeting, we had a discussion of a previous meeting's discussion by Chaz of a proposal for the use of the site based on discussions that were had with town departments. And the outcome included the idea of a community center where senior activities would play an important role in that. So, I mean, the committee has always, considered the importance of, senior interests and issues and activities in, what we would, propose for that site. So,
Yep, I actually have a question for Bernard. Thank you for bringing this, by the way. But you're the chair of the
Yes, I
Newbury.
am.
Yes, and I'm just curious about your perspective on this as the chair. And you're also, I know you do a lot of activities with the
Yeah.
seniors, but is this helpful to have this come before town meeting? And is there anything that's,
Well, I would just point out the email that we got from Emily Williams, and you know, she mentions that it's merely advisory, and is just making sure that needs of seniors are
Yep.
on top of mind for everyone. I don't think it's harmful or anything, but I mean, it's concerns or issues facing seniors and needs of seniors have always been
right,
top of mind, for our committee and
but
most
bottom,
committees.
bottom of budget?
Well, okay, I'd like to, okay, hold on a
Go
minute.
ahead.
Uh,
I didn't mean to.
for all committees, ever since about a year and a half or 2 years ago, when this issue was brought up in the context of, and I forgot what it was brought up in the context of, but everyone, was sort of forced to think about the role of, any proposals that they're
Yeah.
coming up with for seniors.
Okay.
So.
So I guess your opinion is important to me about that. And I will say that I think it's really important that advocacy come forward. I guess my only question to you is, it might be maybe the way Michael was getting at it. Were you not feeling like you were engaged in the process of Newbury, or this was just another way to make sure that seniors, which are a substantial portion of our community, an important contributing portion, have an opportunity to be heard on this issue?
Well, I think there's a history here of people saying that they support something, but then when push comes to shove, it doesn't happen. I could refer to the 108 Center Street. I participated in hearings in that for more than a year. And the possibility was, it was in the early memorandum of agreement, the senior center was to have the rooms on the first floor for programs. That would have helped alleviate the problem that we have now. However, somewhere along the line, that all got dropped. And now if the senior center wants to use those rooms at 108, they were asked to be paid $84,000, which the senior center certainly does not have to pay and the town doesn't have.
Yeah.
So my concern is that people say, oh, yes, 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 we're supporting seniors, but when push comes to shove, they forget about us and go ahead and do something different.
Okay.
So I want it out there that we deserve to be highly considered for space at this new center and not be forgotten or lost in the wash.
Thank you. I'm supportive.
Yeah,
The other? David,
I'd like to say,
Just for our historical,
I'm sorry, someone
yes, I'm
online.
one of the,
Oh,
one of the signers of this resolution. I just want to add slightly to what Carol said and what you were saying, really, Bernard. In that 13 years ago, approximately, when the Age-Friendly Cities Committee was formed, its intention was, based on our acceptance by the World Health Organization and later on AARP as an age-friendly city, that Brookline was going to keep conscious awareness of making Brookline, keeping it and making it age-friendly. And part of that included in the design or any constructions, any plans, anything done in the town, that they would take into account the needs of older adults. And recognizing that most of those needs were also for little children, and also for teenagers, and also for Gen X's or whatever. But and to be fair, a lot of the things we've done over the years has helped everybody. They may be minor, they may be big, they've helped everybody. And our only concern is just to live by that. And that's at least my reason for signing it, is to ensure that we remember it was quite a while ago, the time has passed, but we still exist and we still have the same label and we still have to refresh it every year or so and tell them what we've done as a plan and the kinds of actions we've taken. And we just want to make sure that this activity includes that the Fisher Hill activity includes our needs, which happen to be somewhat severe right now.
David?
That's it.
Sort of when
Chair
historically,
Green, may I respond as a petitioner? This is Fran Perler.
Well,
Okay. Unless you want to ask me a question.
are you finished?
Oh, I
I
thought
am,
he
yes.
was.
I am. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Fern.
So,
Oh, by the way, hold on. We haven't opened up the public hearing. Why don't we open it up?
Though the petitioners do have a total time of 10 minutes, and so they still have time towards that
Okay.
if you want, up to you.
Why don't we make this a public hearing? Since okay, public hearing.
Fran's comments will still be towards the petitioner's time since she's a co-petitioner though. So I'm counting that against the 10 minutes still.
are you ready?
Yes,
So
but
let me talk
Fra-
fast. To answer Michael and others, we as seniors appreciate the support of Chair Green and Paul Warren and many others, but we wouldn't have put this resolution forward if we didn't think it needed to be put forward. That I would say our reception at the Fisher Hill committee last night was lukewarm. And there are a lot of competing groups wanting parts of this or that. And we're not asking for a lot. We're asking to be considered to be part of it. And we often get the response that, well, all the town is populated in committees and town meeting by seniors, and that's not the point. Most seniors have their point of view of what they advocate for, and we want to advocate for all seniors. There's a 40-year range between a 60 and 100-year-old. There's a tremendous difference in interest and abilities and capabilities of being able to walk a block or being able to walk 10 blocks. And so we do feel that there are many people in town government and commissions and staff that think about seniors, but we're sort of worried that there's so many people who are interested in Fisher Hill that, you know, our voice needs to be heard. And we're just asking for consideration. We're not asking for this or that, just to be part of it. That's it.
David? Okay, wait, should we open up the hearing? I don't mean,
yes, if you'd like to.
okay.
All right.
Okay, the hearing's open.
Okay. Now that the chair has opened the public hearing, or did you want to take David first?
Well, let's take David.
well, just a
Sorry to be
question.
confused here, but
A question I have for any of the petitioners or anyone at this table. When is the last time we had a town-sponsored capital project where seniors were the focus?
I believe the senior center was refit and built 25 years ago.
Well, for example, we've allocated funds in the capital program for the refitting and the repainting and reapportioning of the senior center, I think last year. We continue to do that sort of work. I know too that the senior center is funded not just by the operating budget, but by generous support from the Senior Center Foundation, as well as from state grants and earmarks. So, which we actively chase. You know, Emily and her team work to maximize the support we get from everywhere. So I do think it is obviously critical group that we, a critical group of the town's population, but we do try and continue to support that population through both capital investments and elsewhere. And as you could see from the proposal that we presented at the Fisher Hill Committee, there it is a major portion of that aspect of a community center is to make sure that there is dedicated time and space for seniors to use that. We know that the senior center is overburdened currently. We know that it's hard to park there. We know there are a number of issues that structurally the senior center can't resolve that we are trying to solve creatively with thoughts like about how to use Fisher Hill.
The reason I ask that is, of course, we have debt exclusions for school projects, for fire stations, both new and renovated. But it's been a while since seniors had something. And here, it's not that seniors are asking to have a dedicated senior center at Fisher Hill, but to have a significant component or be considered, to use their exact terminology, to have dedicated space. So it's heartening to see that as part of the current proposal. But of course, we don't know if that's the current proposal that'll ultimately pass.
Yeah. Okay, any further discussion? And this is a public hearing. Any comments from the public or?
Yes, there are no other individuals who signed up in advance for this public hearing. If there are any individuals that wish to speak on warrant Article 3 related to older adult consideration at the Fisher Hill property, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature or make your presence in the room known. Okay, there are approximately 5 individuals in the room, 26 online, and it looks like no one else is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, close the hearing and we'll move on. We'll take a vote next week unless someone objects or wants to do it earlier. Okay. Next,
Bernard, just so there's no confusion, generally we have the public hearing, then we vote the next week. Yeah. So just so you know, okay.
yeah, Carol knows
Okay, she
better than most of us. how
she
this-
looked more shocked about that we were taking.
Thank you.
Okay, warrant Article 7. Amend section 5.06.4 of the zoning bylaw to create a Clark Road multifamily overlay district. And that is Jeffrey Allen.
Jeffrey Allen's online. Jeffrey, you've just been promoted.
Good evening. Let me just try to run through our presentation quickly and answer questions. Article 7 is the zoning change that I think the town should enthusiastically embrace. It brings new housing to an area of town that needs it, and it brings new housing that will be rental and will be implemented and added to the tax base without disruption. The proposal would allow the adaptive reuse of the building at 2 Clark Road, which is formerly a classroom building for the Maimonides School. Adaptive reuse would entail maintaining the existing structure without destruction and adding some 10-foot high bedrooms on a portion of the roof, set back about 12 feet from the edge of the roof, so not to affect the neighborhood in any way. The Maimonides building reuse would contain 35 units, 5 of which would be subject to the affordable requirements under the inclusionary zoning provision of our zoning bylaw. All of the units would be what we term reasonably priced in the Brookline screen. On an adjoining lot, there would be 4 townhouses, one of which would be subject to inclusionary zoning requirements. All units would be rental units, and given the location of public transportation, we are planning on limiting it, parking to 1 car per unit. The building will have approximately, we'll have 1 and 2 bedroom units. The 1 bedrooms would have approximately 850 square feet, and the 2 bedrooms, 1,200 square feet. When we originally started on this project, we were alerted by planning board staff of the town's desire for what they termed as workforce housing. The adaptive reuse of this building is modeled on that premise. The design of the units are modeled on that premise. It's important to note that since this was a Dover educational use, until our purchase, the building has never paid any real estate taxes until our purchase in April of this year. Since our purchase, the building has been subject to real estate taxes, which will continue to grow as the conversion progresses and the building begins creating revenue. We're pleased to say we have support from the neighborhood, as this really is the least disruptive use the building could be put to, and also is a lot less demanding on the neighborhood than the previous use, which was the Maimonides schools and then the Brookline, Town of Brookline Beat program. Of any potential use for this building, this is the least impactful use. We're working with the existing building, and we're trying to remove as much hardscape as possible and to incorporate as much green space in the proposal. Just this evening, we finished another site plan which we've submitted to the building planning department, showing where we think we can increase green space. One of the things we are incorporating in the design and implementation of this program is a request from the neighborhood that we maintain a pathway open to the public that would take them from Clark Road to Philbrick Road, so they don't have to traverse on Route 9 to make that journey. And we've decided that we can do that. We're working out details of that, and some of that will involve an involvement with the town through town council's office and probably the town administrator as to whether or not we can maintain a jungle gym that's on that walkway, but we're working on that. We've been working with the advisory subcommittee, which is one of their main concerns has been to tighten the zoning so that we're forced to do exactly what we say we're going to do, like no destruction, so forth, and we have no objection to any of that. It's important to note that although this proposal won't require a special permit, it does require site plan review, which is a robust, even though it's a site plan review, it's a complete design review by both the planning department, the planning board, and the public hearing. And we look forward to that on both parcels. As I said, I think that this is an incredibly great opportunity for the town in creating much needed housing. And we wouldn't have got to this point, I do want to mention, without tremendous assistance from the planning departments, from Kara, Polly, and Maria. Without them, we wouldn't be this close to reality, to making this a reality, and to put 39 units of reasonably priced rental housing on the market. So I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you might have and concerns.
Thank you. Any questions from the select board? Paul.
Thanks, Jeffrey. You had mentioned that you're considering or will agree to that pathway, the public pathway. Today, that staircase is to the north side, the north end of the school building. And I think the jungle gym you're talking about is it's on the Route 9 side. Is that correct? Are you thinking about switching it?
No,
Or am I wrong?
jungle gym is on the same side as the stairway.
It is on the same side. It's like right above where they must have had the trash containers and stuff. Is that where it is? Okay.
At this juncture, until we have some conversations with the town, we can't commit to keeping the jungle gym.
Okay.
But we are keeping the pathway.
Okay. I guess I didn't remember seeing a jungle gym, but I'll take your word for it. And then my second question
We're
is,
referring it to as a jungle gym, but it's an upscale modern jungle gym.
okay. All right. And then my second question is related to the I just lost it. Give me
Age creeps up on you.
It has already crept up on me. I lost it. I lost the question, Jeffrey. And I'll come back to me. And I'll come back to you.
Any other questions? John, you had your hand?
Well, I mean, on the question of the fact that there's actually two lots here, and on one of them, as you pointed out, the plan is townhouses. What is the significant? What is the importance of the townhouse portion of this development to the other portion of the development?
Well, first of all, right now they're one lot, John, but in the development, we'll separate it into second lot. So there'll be what's called an A&R and separation of lot. The townhouse is because in order to keep, in order to keep the rents as reasonable as possible, we needed more units than we could get into 2 Clark Road. So by putting the townhouses on that separate lot, we gain 4 units. And we also gain an additional affordable unit under the under the zoning bylaw. So of those 4 lots, three will be market and 1 will be affordable under the bylaw. Although there's an option for cash payment when it's 4 units. So in any, but there'll be there'll be an affordable component under the bylaw. Thus, it allows us to keep the building rents in a more reasonable and complete the goal of this workforce housing. You know, I must say, and I won't mention names, I was in town hall today conducting business, and I spoke to a very helpful employee who told me she was new to Brookline and she had just started. And we talked, and she said that the only problem, she loved Brookline, she loved working here, but that her only problem is she had an hour and a half commute from where she lives. And I said, well, why don't you move to Brookline? She said, I can't find an affordable rental. And so that's exactly the type of people, teachers, town employees, that we hope will be able to rent units here and be residents of Brookline.
And as a follow-up question, absent the development of the townhouse portion, what options might you have to still offer affordable rents, but with development only on the adaptive reuse of the school building?
I think the absence of the townhouse would jeopardize the concept of the entire project.
Okay. I have a question. I was interested in you saying that the developer is interested in maintaining the pathway from Clark Road to Philbrick. I mean, does that mean, shoveling snow when in the wintertime and shoveling off ice when it's cold? I assume you're willing to take on responsibility for maintaining that pathway, period.
Yes, we are. And it's not where, I want to be clear, Bernard. It's not that we're interested in maintaining that pathway.
You're willing.
We're committed to doing it.
Yeah.
I don't want people to think and if it's our responsibility, we are committed to maintaining that pathway. There has to be a discussion with the town, frankly, that may change that if we keep the jungle gym, so to speak.
Okay.
But that's I think a best discussion with town council's office.
Yeah. And that would also be maintained if you put townhouses on the.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's on our plan. There will definitely be the connection between Clark Road and Philbrick Road.
Okay. Well,
I remembered my second question, Jeffrey.
Okay.
So you mentioned that you've gotten a lot of neighborhood input and support. I didn't see any demonstration of that other than your word. How can you demonstrate that? Can you talk through what did you go through to get that? How many meetings did you have? I don't think we saw any support letters for the project.
We're not. I'm not a rallying letter.
No, I know that, but there was none.
I did, but the comments from the neighborhood have been very supportive. We had a neighborhood meeting. There's one town meeting, one town meeting member, David, that is a direct abutter. He's been really our connection, and he's been dealing directly with my client. My client that is doing this development is a Brookline resident. He does adaptive reuses. He's never done anything in the town he lives in, and he's looking forward to doing this, and he wants it to be rental housing, so it's not going to go away. So we've been having a lot of conversations with the neighborhood. We had a neighborhood meeting at the start of the project where we invited abutters to abutters and town meeting members. We actually have another neighborhood meeting scheduled tomorrow night, which is, we've been made a invitation list much larger, but I've been doing this a long time, and the first neighborhood meeting we had was as positive a neighborhood meeting that I've ever been involved in. And I think because the neighborhood understands that the building isn't going to be torn down to be disruptive, the use is going to be much more benign than a school that has pickup, drop-off, toddlers, and so forth. We're able to take out a lot of the hardscape and turn it green space because we don't have kids to play areas and hard areas to play in. So I think that we've gotten support from the neighborhood, and I think the best indication of support from the neighborhood is we don't have opposition from the neighborhood. You might not have letters of support, but I don't think you have any letters from the neighborhood in opposition.
Michael?
I'm wondering, I noticed there's a person from the planning department here in the audience, and I wonder if I can direct a question there. If you wouldn't mind, I have a question about the fact that what's before us is a zoning warrant article, and the petitioner has talked about a lot of aspects of their development plan or their intentions that are not necessarily captured in the warrant article. And I'm wondering what methods the town has for ensuring those claims, such as that these will be rented out at whatever the definition of workforce housing is. I'm not quite sure what that is, or for example, whether or not the townhouses will be rented or sold, whether or not the affordable housing unit for the inclusionary zoning for the 4 townhouses is on site or cash in lieu. And I'm sure there are a number of other ones. And I'm wondering how those might be memorialized, or whether they can be memorialized in the context of this warrant article.
Those are great questions. My name is Maria Morelli, Senior Planner in the Regulatory Division. And in regard to rental versus ownership, zoning cannot regulate ownership, so that piece cannot be in the zoning. But in regard to the workforce housing, the adaptive reuse, which is the building on CRM 1 or the T6, it's the large building that's already there. What is memorialized in the zoning is a cap of unit sizes. So the petitioner was able to provide floor plans. So whatever was provided in the plans, the elevations, we memorialized in terms of step backs, not just setbacks, but step backs to honor what the public, the abutters wish to see. Those unit sizes in that former academic building range from 780 square feet to 1,200 square feet. So that is really modestly sized. And that's something that we normally don't see, a lot of. If we didn't do that, these could become luxury size units. They could be like 3,000 square feet. So, it was important to cap the unit sizes in the academic building. It's also stated that the affordable housing has to be equitably distributed. Right now, as of today, this is one site with 2 different buildings, but they plan to subdivide. That looks different. So if you subdivide, there's inclusionary zoning for each. If you don't subdivide, there is the danger that all of the affordable units would be segregated in one building and not equitably distributed. So we had to have an if/or situation with the affordable units. So the affordable units would be not only equitably distributed, but for the academic building, they would be located on site, except for the 4 townhomes. What we do have under section 408, which is our inclusionary zoning bylaw, 4 to 10 units, the owner has the option to pay a cash payment in lieu of locating those units on site. It's not necessarily proven that it's economic to have 1 out of 4 units located on site. That's not necessarily economic, so we didn't want to impose that. And I'm not sure if you had any other questions that I didn't answer.
I just want to make sure I mean, it was clear, and I've said this to the advisory committee, we don't oppose, and Maria's been working to do it, to tighten up the zoning, to make sure, to give people the confidence that we're gonna do exactly what we say. But I want to underscore what Maria says. The best guarantee of workforce housing is the size of the units, and Maria has written that into the zoning.
Okay, Paul.
So thanks, Jeffrey. So my understanding is that, and I'm still waiting to hear from land use. I know they met today, but they haven't decided yet. And I think I don't
They
think
met yesterday, and
the
they need
planning
one-
board is also continuing, right? So the issue of by right versus special permit. I'm surprised we're spot zoning, essentially what this is.
No,
with
it
a by,
isn't.
with, hold on, I mean, yes, it is. It's a spot and we're zoning it. It's by right versus a special permit. I appreciate that you're trying to put as much into the Maimonides CRM one. And there's people that know more about this than me that will help, and I assume that's probably land use. And maybe the planning board, if they're satisfied that you've given them enough, that design review would be able to make sure that you maintain the commitment that you're making. I think the best way to do that is through a special permit. But CRM2, you don't have the details on it, right? There's that whole plan is in flux, other than it's this height, it's going to be 4 townhouses. We're not limiting the square footage of the townhouses.
Yes, we are.
The way- the- to-
2,500 square feet each.
Yeah, but that's not workforce housing, right? 2,500 square feet in Brookline rents for lots and lots of money. So all I'm saying is the second parcel here seems to be, it's not as far along in your thinking about what it is, how you're going to do it, what it's going to look like, all the stuff that would be by right development. You're much further along with CRM1. Was that accurate to say?
I think that's accurate to say, although we have submitted a massing study of CRM 1 of 2 to the planning department, and we actually going to give them a new one tomorrow morning. But both sites have to undergo site plan review. So there'll be full design review of both sites. So that the idea of whether or not it's a special permit or not is really not that critical, because it will go through design review, because there's site plan review on both. And that includes building, that includes landscaping, that fenestration, everything. I do want to touch on one thing you said, because it's a magic word, it's a legal term, spot zoning. This is not spot zoning, although it is a spot, and are we zoning? Yes. So, but as your analogy, but spot zoning does not exist if you are carrying forth a legitimate municipal purpose. And there's numerous case law that creating needed housing is a legitimate municipal purpose. So this is not spot zoning.
Okay, I'll take your legal opinion on that, Jeffrey. I respect you. I for one am much more comfortable, with a special permit on this, versus just going with by right the way we did on Harvard Street. It just makes more sense to me that way. But that's my thinking about it. I want to hear from the planning board. I want to hear from land use, and advisory as a whole. For me personally, before I can make a determination, but it's going in the right direction.
A special permit on CRM 1, CRM 2, I'm sorry, the townhouses, is not a death knell. A special permit on on the main house is a problematic because of the time frame in there. This is an expensive project to carry it. Just alone, we're giving the town about $13,000 a month in taxes on this to sit vacant, and we're carrying a huge mortgage on the property. So on the big building, which is going to be built first, and let me make clear, I didn't mention this. We're not going to build the townhouses until we're well along on the big building, because we want to use that lot as a construction staging area to minimize impact on the neighborhood.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I appreciate your sensitivity to the neighborhood, and it sounds like you've done a bit of engagement with them. So thank you.
How did you arrive at the 33 units figure for CRM1?
It's
Is
35.
that
It's
35, excuse me, the 35 units, is that based on the structural integrity of the building, of the adaptive reuse, of minimizing the amount of interior changes? Because my understanding from the plan is that you are adding some verticality, essentially the equivalent of an additional story. Is that what the existing structure can support?
Well, it could have supported more, but we didn't want to put a full floor up there. We wanted to build it in a way that it wouldn't impact the neighborhood, so that by setting back those units, those the additions on the roof, it has a 12-foot setback, so it doesn't impact the neighborhood. All that what we're doing is it's a 3-story, it's a 4-story building, but the first story is the garage, and so that doesn't really count from our architectural way. It's going to stay the same. So it's really a 3-story building, the second, third, and fourth floors. In order to maximum the number of smaller units we could put in there, on the 4th floor, is going to have the bedrooms are the new pieces that are going on the roof. The 4th floor will be duplex units, mostly 1 bedroom, some 2 bedrooms up there, with the bedrooms on the 2nd floor on the roof, the new additions to the roof. So that's why the addition to the roof is 10 feet high. It's just 1 room of the units below it. How do we get to 35? I would say that's basically what architecturally, given the size of the units, we wanted to make work for us that we could get.
And then it sounds like in terms of verticality, you're looking to not exceed 4 stories plus that extra 10 feet.
Right, exactly. Which we're roughly projecting. Understanding height under the Brookline zoning bylaw takes many, many graduate degrees from MIT. But our engineer, right now, it's looking like the building will be about 55, 56 feet high with the additions. Right now, we think it's 43.9, and we're allowing 11 feet for the additions, although most likely they will come in closer to 10.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Do we not have an easement to that stairway pathway?
The easement expired in 2018.
Yeah, it's expired.
Okay.
How did that happen?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
I don't know. We can do some digging.
But we're basically going to follow the same path that easement had.
Right. Good. So this is a public hearing. Why don't we open the public hearing and see who wants to speak?
Yes, now that the chair has opened the public hearing, we did have a couple of speakers who signed up. First is David Porter. Just a reminder, speakers will have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, that's better.
No, because you're too tall.
My name is Dave Porter, town meeting member, precinct 6. I own and reside at 21 Clark Road with my wife, Julie, and our 2 Runkle kids, 7 and 9 years old. Thank you, Julie, for me being here tonight. We live directly across the street from 2 Clark Road. Our neighborhood is small and a little isolated between Clark Road, Sumner Road, and Route 9, which is impassable. I'm friends with many of my neighbors. I've met many more in the course of this. We have a WhatsApp group for this. We discuss it on the sidewalk. I think I'm the only town member meeting member that lives in that triangle. Of course, I haven't managed to connect with every neighbor, but I am speaking tonight on behalf of our small community. We are cautiously optimistic. We do think that this is probably the best case scenario for this building for us. And we feel very safe in the hands of town staff. I've seen Maria Morelli most often. They have been working hard to shrink wrap the article to the development plan. This is my first rodeo. So thank you, Maria, and everyone very infinitely much for keeping us safe. A lot of the discussion around this article has been concerning public spaces. I want to thank Sean Lynn Jones, especially for his leadership. I am speaking tonight to convey my neighborhood's specific needs in this regard. First, there's an access path between Clark and Philbrook at the north end of the parcel. It's been discussed. I see it used heavily every day, including today. Kids walking to school at Maimonides, people exercising, families walking to religious services, walking up Route 9. Route 9 is scary and dirty and unsafe. The developer has spoken positively at public meetings about this access. Mr. Allen has committed to it tonight. Mr. Allen, Mr. Rossi, thank you. Please keep it open for us. Select Board, please act in your considerable power in this matter to ensure it. Second, public play space. Bigger kids have Cypress Park, but that's a really long way for little ones to go. I can confirm for Select Board Member Warren that there is a small jungle gym and play space on the north side adjacent to the access path. While the building wasn't occupied, my kids spent a lot of time there. Others use it regularly. Several of them wrote to you today. Attorney Allen made it clear in public meeting last week, and I think again tonight, that his client is unable to shoulder liability for a public jungle gym. That makes a lot of sense to me, but there are other ways. Mr. Allen, Mr. Rossi, please work with the town to convert that play space into public space. Select Board, please act in your considerable power in this matter to ensure it. Regarding the two possible futures for the CRM2 section that I've heard, I haven't heard any great distress from my neighbors over the townhouses plan, although again, I have not spoken to everyone. Everyone I've talked to would be thrilled if it magically became a park. Whichever outcome, what we need is a public 24/7 path between Clark and Philbrook and a neighborhood play space.
Thank you. That concludes your time, David. You can submit the rest of your comments via email. The next speaker is Sean Lynn Jones. Sean, I've promoted you.
Thank you very much. I'm Sean Lynn Jones. I'm president of the Brookline Green Space Alliance, if my sweater didn't already tell you that. And I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 1, and I live at 53 Monmouth Street. Before I talk about Article 7, I just want to thank Paul Warren for mentioning Putterham Woods and the soft reopening of the trails there this coming weekend at Harvest Fest. That's been a great project, a great transformation of the green space. Regarding Article 7, there's a lot to like in the proposal for the former school building. I think Mr. Allen summed up almost all of it. I won't repeat what he said, but I'll just say it's also fairly close to transit, about a 5 to 7 minute walk to Brookline Hills, and this bus service on Route 9. This is indeed, I think, a project with maybe a few more tweaks from the planning staff that helps Brookline to meet its goal of providing workforce housing. But Brookline has other goals. One of those goals is more parks, more open space, and we're in the final stages of an open space and recreation plan that explicitly calls for adding small open spaces in the context of working with private developers. We also want a need for more trees, and this is an area, according to our urban forest plan, that's a little bit below average with 33% tree canopy and a goal set for this area of getting to 40%. And we've heard from the neighbors that it would be great if there could be some kind of public amenity, a connection, a maintained path, and the preservation of what I'll call a play structure. And jungle gym may be a little bit more of an ambitious description here, but it's a nice little play structure. There are a lot of ways that we could achieve these goals for this area. It is already essentially a private park. If you walk by and look at the playground, you see the trees, the benches, and the green space there. If it were to become a public park, I think that could serve the needs of the neighborhood and the broader community and add to the tree canopy. There are also some options that we've heard about tonight for a public footpath, maybe something like the ones that Linda Olson-Pelkey, who's also on this call, has written about in other parts of Brookline, like a little linear park, tree-lined park, landscaping, including that play structure. But it might take more time to work out these options. And for that parcel, which we're calling CRM2, it's a very different kind of development plan with 2,500 square foot townhouses, not small apartments. It's not going to be developed right away because it's going to be a construction area. The details haven't been worked out. So I would urge the select board to consider any and all of these options, but in particular to perhaps slow down the rezoning of that particular area, what I'll call the playground area, so that there's time to work out something that works for the neighborhood and for the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. The next speaker is Linda Olson-Pelkey.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name's Linda Olson-Pelkey. I am a town meeting member from Precinct 17, a member of the Advisory Land Use Subcommittee, and Vice Chair of the Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee. And I am here speaking for myself, not on behalf of our committee. I will tell you that the Advisory Subcommittee has had two very long meetings, as you guys are very well trained in on this matter. And we are feeling fairly confident that we have nailed down some of the details. And we've asked for many, many changes to the zoning to get the envelope for the school building to truly reflect all of these promises and claims about the project. So we're feeling fairly decent about that. But the important thing to understand here is that this is a very unusual situation of having a developer bring their own zoning to town meeting. I think it does set a bad precedent. I understand everyone's enthusiasm about the adaptive reuse. I too am enthusiastic about it. But when it comes to the question of the by right development and the townhouse parcel and all of these various wants and needs of the community, and maybe even ones that we aren't considering yet because the community has not been invited into this process. So in typical times, we would have had an overlay committee to develop the zoning and to have time to work out these issues with town council and the neighbors and develop an MOU to go along with the zoning. And so I have to join Sean in asking to try to hold off on passing rezoning for that townhouse parcel, in part because the claims that you're hearing about the site plan review are not accurate. So the site plan review refers back to the design and development standards that are in the zoning that is allowing the site plan review. So what you see that's listed under that CMR2, that is it. That is what is going to be reviewed. So in my view, I think those standards need a great deal of work and they're inadequate. So I don't think we're going to get that done by town meeting. And I am very supportive of the resiliency and park open space goals for these two parcels. I think they're two large buildings. It is a residential neighborhood. There is a lack of green space in the area.
Thank you, Linda. That concludes your time.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other individuals who wish to speak on warrant article, thank you, 7 at this time? If so, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature or make your presence known in the room. Okay, there are 3 individuals in the room, 24 online, and it looks like no one else is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, we'll close the hearing and see if select board members have additional questions or comments.
I have one other question. Bernard, thank you. I thank you for the correction on the playscape. I actually have it on my phone. I took a picture of it this morning. I don't know why I forgot it. Maybe because it was so unremarkable. Jeffrey, I have Attorney Allen, a question about that playscape. Is that contained within the CRM2 parcel that's on the zoning map, or is it behind?
It's in CRM1.
It is in CRM1. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Can I see the picture?
Yeah.
Here it is. Oh, okay.
Clearly trespassing.
I was trespassing and I parked in the handicap spot. So, I'm sorry, but I did do my due diligence.
Yes, you
Okay,
did.
any other questions or discussion here? No?
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you insist, go ahead, Michael.
I just wanted to agree with Paul that I'm very interested to hear what the planning board and what the land use subcommittee do in their work.
Okay, we'll hear from them next time we take this up. Okay, next warrant article is warrant Article 6. Amend Article 4 of the zoning bylaw to comply with Chapter 40A, Section 3, with respect to an exemption for family childcare homes and large family childcare homes. Planning and Community Development. Okay, I see Maria Morelli is at the podium.
Thank you. Maria Morelli.
Explain this warrant article to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maria Morelli, Senior Regulatory Planner. I'm speaking on behalf of the Department of Planning and Community Development, which is the petitioner. And the reason for this amendment is to make the zoning bylaw compliant with the legislature's recent amendment to Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 3. This is the so-called Dover Amendment. So this is something that the town has to do. A family child care home is in part a private residence, which on a regular basis receives temporary custody and care during part or all of the day. Children under 7 years of age or children under 16 years of age, if those children have special needs. The number of children under the age of 16 is limited to 6. For large family child care homes, the limit is 10 children. And to clarify, daycare center uses are principal uses, whereas family and large family child care homes are accessory uses to the principal uses. The amendment affects only accessory uses and not dimensional requirements for accessory buildings and structures. Now, there's another distinction. The recent change to the Dover Amendment allows municipalities to reasonably regulate daycares. Unlike daycare use, the recently amended statute states that family child care homes and large family child care homes may not be regulated at all. So what that means for this bylaw, under the current zoning, we have large family child care homes that are required to obtain a special permit that is accompanied by extensive site plan review materials, and these regulations are no longer allowed. The article also updates a table 4.07, which is the use table. So those definitions for family and large family child care homes are consistent with the state definitions. And a few notes, because that might concern you that we're no longer regulating. We want to point out that state regulations under 606 CMR 7 regulate the requirements for licensing these programs and when local departments like the building department or fire department need to get involved. So I have consulted with building, fire, and health departments, transportation division. I've also consulted with our economic development division. And there is something that is still retained in the zoning, which is that the building commissioner may condition any approval upon the owner's submittal of documentation of the appropriate state licensing. And the last thing I want to point out in terms of outreach, we did send out informational letters to all daycares and family child care homes licensed by the state residing in Brookline, so they're aware of changes to the statute and the impending change to the zoning. So do you have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions, John?
Are daycare homes tax exempt?
I'm not really familiar with any of the business, aspects of this.
Yeah, they wouldn't be nonprofits, so I would think that they'd be taxable.
But they're an educational use.
Well, and private. Well,
I don't think
don't know.
for-profit businesses are if they're operated as a for-profit enterprise, then they're taxable.
Yeah, I mean, for-profit educational institutions would be taxable, for example.
Even if they call themselves a school?
Yeah.
Okay.
Michael?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question about, I guess it's about the definition of the large family childcare or the family childcare. Is it a requirement that those businesses operate as accessory uses in a residence that is occupied?
Yes.
Okay,
Correct.
so for example, the case that is coming to mind is that if somebody were to have a house and then they decided to build an accessory dwelling unit, could they use that accessory dwelling unit as a large family childcare without necessarily renting it out as a residence.
It wouldn't be a protected use accessory dwelling unit. So do you know what I mean? Are you saying if it were already permitted as an accessory dwelling unit?
Well, if somebody created an accessory dwelling unit on their property,
Right.
right, and that accessory dwelling unit was unoccupied,
Right.
could they put a large family childcare into that accessory dwelling unit and use the ADU for the purpose of that business without actually having it serve as a residence?
I'm guessing theoretically, but I honestly don't know in terms of the state licensing. There has to be a certain number of square feet per child. So I'm not really sure if there's anything about the size of that would preclude it. But in terms of accessory to principal use, if it's in an accessory structure or it's within the home itself, I believe either situation would be allowed.
Well,
Thanks, Maria. So I'm going to ask basic questions because I admit I'm confused.
Okay.
I think maybe I'll ask some scenarios the way Michael did. So take my home.
Yes.
My home is non-conforming.
Yes.
It's oversized for the lot.
Mhm.
So there's more square footage than what the zoning allows. If I wanted to have this use, this accessory use, and I wanted to expand the property. Today, I could not expand the property because I'd be non-conforming. I'd have to go for a special permit. They'd tell me,
Right.
they'd say, go away, you're crazy. Well, not sure if they would say that, but it wouldn't be so easy, right? But if I decided to go because I want to add a wing to the house
Yes.
and go right up to the lot line
Mhm.
and not follow any of the setbacks, the Dover Amendment by this accessory use would allow it. Is that correct?
No, in this particular case, it's only the use. So it's not regulated, and this is coming from town council. So we've
Yep.
also checked with town council. This does not affect, we can still regulate dimensional requirements for buildings and structures. So it's the act, this would.
It's
this pertains
just
only
the
to
use. So it's so because I'm in a single family district,
You still have to comply with zoning.
I
The
would have to
dimensional
comply with
requirements
zoning,
of
but I could
zoning.
have the use now because of the Dover Amendment,
Correct,
which is essentially running a business,
right,
which would be different than the zoning allows.
right. It's allowed. So we can no longer
It's the
require that
use.
special permit.
Okay,
That's
so
what
it
we
has,
mean
it's
by
not about
no longer-
dimensions, it's just use. Thank you.
Exactly.
That you clarified it. Thank you so much.
yeah, any other questions? Let's open up the public hearing then.
Now that the chair has opened up the public hearing, there are no individuals who signed up in advance for warrant Article 6 related to childcare zoning. If anyone online wishes to speak on this warrant article, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature at this time. Okay, there are 20 individuals in the online, and it looks like no one else is indicating their desire to speak.
I did forget to mention that the planning board did vote unanimously favorable action, as did the advisory committee's land use subcommittee
Okay, with no amendments, huh?
with no amendments.
Okay. Let's close the hearing. I'd like to ask if it makes sense for us to vote this now. I mean, this is something that's required by state law. There's no controversy here, so as far as I can tell, why don't we just get it off of our calendar?
It's fine with me.
Okay. So, all in favor of favorable action on warrant Article 6, as described by Maria Morelli, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
And Chair votes aye.
Thank you very much.
Very interesting.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Warrant Article 8 is deferred to allow the advisory committee and the petitioners to work on the language. So we'll jump to warrant Article 17, resolution regarding tree preservation practices. And this has been extensively amended by the advisory committee, which is in your packet. So who's going to speak on that? Who do you have on Zoom?
Karen Garrity, I've just promoted you.
Okay.
We also have folks from the DPW online.
Hi, good evening, members of the Select Board. My name is Karen Garrity, and I'm here on behalf of Precinct 1 and my co-petitioner, Louise King, who is a town meeting member. Article 17 is a resolution to strengthen the town's tree preservation practices. And this resolution is the product of a collaborative process between residents and the Department of Public Works, designed to strengthen transparency and ensure Brookline continues leading by example in environmental stewardship. Article 17 builds on Brookline's existing leadership in urban forestry. It doesn't create a new bylaw or add costs. It simply formalizes transparent, science-based procedures for public tree removals. It defines heritage trees, ensures arborist review and independent verification where appropriate, and aligns town practice with Article 841, the private property standard residents already follow. The language before you tonight was developed with DPW leadership and confirmed within scope by the moderator. Article 17 establishes a transparent process for non-emergency public tree removals, including early communication and arborist review, public posting of rationale and mitigation, and independent expert input for heritage trees when warranted. It's about clarity, consistency, and trust, not new regulation. It also defines a heritage tree, which is any public tree greater than 32 inches DBH, essentially are landmark specimens. These trees represent age, scale, and neighborhood identity, and the focus is on safeguarding what's truly irreplaceable. Warrant Article 17 is in alignment, as I said, with Article 841. Brookline already leads in private tree preservation. Article 17 extends that same transparency and accountability to the town's own practices. Mitigation follows the same inch-for-inch replanting rule, ensuring cost neutrality and operation feasibility. And it builds on the town's strengths, proactive maintenance, sound planning, and fiscal prudence. It improves defensibility through clear documentation, enhances climate resilience and public confidence, and it treats Brookline's trees as living capital assets. This version before you tonight reflects a true partnership with the Commissioner of Public Works and her incredible team. It incorporates constructive feedback from the advisory committee. As I mentioned, the moderator has confirmed it's fully within scope of the original article, and it stands as a model for cooperative, results-oriented policymaking. Tonight, I respectfully ask the Select Board to support favorable action on Article 17. The resolution preserves its original goal, enhancing transparency, arborist review, and public trust, while aligning seamlessly with existing town operations. Brookline leads best by example, and Article 17 helps us continue doing just that. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. Any questions from the Select Board? So what we're voting, we won't vote tonight, I don't think. But what is before us is the advisory committee's extensive amendment to the warrant article. Aaron.
Good evening, Aaron Cute, Commissioner of Public Works. The modifications that you see are actually the modifications that the petitioner, Ms. Garrity, myself, and my staff, with our urban forest manager, Jack Schleifer, and Parks and Open Space Director, Amelie Pradhan, worked on together. So really all of those edits were a collaborative effort of really understanding the petitioner's goals and discussing our incredible professional capabilities that we have in-house, operational town's operations, the processes we have, and then how to align those. So the revisions and the red lines that you see, that was actually our collaboration. There were a few Scribner modifications that the advisory committee had, and they voted in favor of that amendment this evening.
Thank you for that clarification. David.
I have a question regarding the arborist review section. So it essentially says that if a town arborist proposes removing a heritage tree, there would be a process where there's a third-party review unless the initial assessment conclusively finds that the tree is not viable. So what happens if it's not a town arborist who's proposing removal of the heritage tree, but a developer or the MBTA, as we had as a recent issue? How would this resolution doesn't address that scenario?
So I guess there are some different, this resolution does not apply to Mass General Law, Chapter 87, which are the public street trees that are regulated under the tree planting committee. So all of the removals that were proposed by the MBTA were posted and had a public hearing. So those follow that process. For trees that are on parks and open spaces that aren't under that jurisdiction, they would, are you just talking about for heritage trees? Frankly, we would never take down a heritage tree or propose to unless there was something that was of structural concern. And often it has been past practice that we've brought in a third-party arborist in those cases to provide an independent assessment and make potential recommendations around options for additional tree care. And in the case of this particular tree at Monmouth Park, it was that assessment came later due to some changes in staff and timing. And so this is codifying that process to make sure that we are bringing in a third-party arborist if, if there are certain conditions where the condition of that tree could be misunderstood by the public, and it requires sort of further discussion.
All right, I think I understand that part, but to the scenario where it is a developer that is looking to remove a heritage tree from private property, this resolution does not address that scenario, correct?
No.
Correct. So the tree protection bylaw, which is separate, that applies to private property. This is specifically around public properties.
Well,
yep. Thank you to the petitioners for bringing this, and Aaron, thank you for being here. Frankly, I know you got a lot going on. So I just want to run a scenario. It just will help me understand this better. So let's say there's a tree on Town Hall. I don't know if there's a heritage tree. I think there probably is a heritage tree on outside of Town Hall. I'm not sure whose jurisdiction that is. I assume that's Park and Rec or building. I'm not sure, but let's say that something is going on that warrants the tree needs to be taken down. First, it looks like there was going to be a public hearing. What's the public engagement at this point for that tree?
Sure. So there are a couple different tracks here. One is when we have a major capital project, when we're looking at an entire site and doing a renovation. So that's sort of track one. And what happens in that scenario, and I think we've really clarified the process, and we've already developed some internal written procedures, and I think we could use Griggs Park as an example, which is underway right now. So we do a survey that includes locating all the trees, a conditions assessment, and having both the species and the diameter breast height labeled for all those trees. So there's a conditions assessment, it's discussed with the neighborhood, and then ultimately we create a map that shows, you can see what's dead, what's in poor condition, what's in good condition, the relative sizes of that. And we talk about the program, and then anything that's going to be removed as part of that renovation process and transplanted. Sometimes we have a few transplants, and then the why.
any trees that are going to be removed are now posted. So they actually get a sign on them that says proposed for removal, and then the rationale. It could be that it's dead, it could be that it's diseased, but it also could be that it's invasive and for accessibility improvements into the site. So there could be some of that. And then a QR code where they'll be able to go and see all of this information on our website. I think part of the problem using Monmouth Playground as an example is some people got involved in the community because they were interested in the new playground, but they didn't realize that this one significant tree was being discussed. And so by pulling the information out, one, it's going to be easier, but also by posting on the tree and then providing a QR code to that information, that's enabling other people in the community that really may be interested in the tree, but not in the other, maybe trusting their neighbors for the other components going on is a way to know. So that's track one. And the other is your example with Town Hall, which the Parks and Open Space Division is responsible for the sort of care of our tree canopy on Town Hall, is if one of our arborists, and both would be looking at them, determine that, let's go two other scenarios, determine that a tree is, if it's an imminent hazard, it's coming out and that's it. Like there is no additional process. If it is structurally unsound, in significant decline, but it is something that we're going to program for removal as part of a cluster of removals, we will post that tree with a reason why it's coming out. So you will now see that. So there's not a design process going on, but this tree is coming out. If it's greater than 32 inches and a heritage tree, my two arborists have already looked at it and said, we are really concerned about this tree and here's why. But it still has about 50% of its canopy, and kind of your average person is going to think that's a great looking tree. It still has leaves on it, but we know it has some, it may have disease, it may have pests, it may have other structural issues that we think are concerned, and we're concerned about the targets, the sidewalk, in some cases it's a tot lot. We're going to have a third party do an assessment and provide their written recommendation, and we'll pull those together so that we can have that information available, and that tree will be posted. And if there's something that we can do, we will, and we always do. But if the risk is too great, then we'll be scheduling that for removal.
So the public engagement is the posting of the tree that's going to come down and then a QR code so you can get more information. When the tree comes down, it says that we will mitigate that tree based on the bylaw, I assume, that we just passed. So we're committing to replanting the number of trees equivalent to the DBH of that tree. Is that correct?
So the bylaw, you're replanting not for dead or poor condition or hazard trees. So if we're removing a hazard tree, and even if we approve a hazard tree that's coming out on a private property, that does not need to be mitigated inch for inch like a healthy tree does.
Okay, it's only for a healthy tree. If you took the healthy tree down because you wanted to extend Town Hall and add a wing, it would cover that tree. You'd have to replant equivalent to that tree.
Well, if I could just interject really quick too, you guys should have received a deck from me and also a couple other explanatory pieces of background info. I just sort of skipped through for time's sake. It's getting late for everybody. I totally would have gone for that 5-minute break a couple hours ago. But to explain what happened in Monmouth Park, to kind of highlight your town hall issue, what happened in Monmouth Park was because there was a gap in the team, the tree actually at Monmouth Park, the neighbors came together and hired a third-party arborist. The town brought in a third-party arborist, but it didn't come until later. And so the neighbors, we brought in our own third-party arborist who determined that that tree, which is over 100 years old, could be preserved for decades, not like, another 2 years, another 5 years, but potentially decades with the right care and attention. And so really this was born out of not necessarily, people needing to know why trees were coming down, but really it sprung from potentially preserving these really precious trees that take hundreds of years to grow. And then what came out of this when I worked directly with Erin's team, which is phenomenal, was that it really opened the gates for a way to invite more people into what's happening in the town of Brookline with the canopies, with the trees, by posting on the trees and getting them involved in the conversation that sometimes gets buried beneath what, like what Erin said, some of these capital projects that don't interest the, a broader audience. When there's a posting on a tree, it is an opportunity for more people to enter into potential stewardship for these shared community resources.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I did read your earlier explanation in the packet about how you came to help with the tree at Monmouth Park, my park. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Cool.
Okay, Michael.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing this warrant article forward. I want to look again a little bit at the section on mitigation, because I heard something from the commissioner that actually sounded inconsistent with the language as written. So I just wanted to understand, to make sure that the language is consistent with what she said. And what I heard you say tonight was that trees that are determined to be in the category that if they were subject to the tree protection bylaw, I think they're called exempt trees. These are the trees that are dead or the trees that are diseased, that under the tree protection bylaw, they don't require mitigation. However, here where it says mitigation, the only thing that it says about public tree removals is that they have to be mitigated at a rate consistent with the tree preservation bylaw through inch for inch, but it makes no reference to this exemption, and that being part of the I don't know if that's embedded in the rate table or not. It seems unclear. And I'm just wondering whether it would be helpful to clarify the fact that exempt trees as defined above are not subject to mitigation directly.
I think that's an interesting suggestion. I think the rate, I think you clearly understand what the thinking was there in terms of the rate, and the rate for a dead tree and mitigating that is 0. However, if there is, an additional sort of clarifying phrase there that makes it clear, and then we can refer potentially back to that bylaw, I think that could be certainly a welcome, suggestion or addition by the select board.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? This is a public hearing. Why don't we open the public hearing?
Yes, now that the chair has opened the public hearing, there were no individuals who signed up in advance. Is there anyone online who wishes to speak on warrant article 17 related to tree preservation? If so, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature, or if in the room, please make your presence known. Okay, there's one individual in the room, 18 online, and it looks like no one's indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, we'll close the hearing. Michael, what is it that you're suggesting we add or amend the warrant article?
So the warrant article has two section 5. So I'll just refer to this as the mitigation section. But what it says here is that public tree removal should be mitigated at a rate consistent with the tree preservation bylaw through inch for inch replanting. What I would say is that public tree removals that are not removals. I'm crafting language on the fly, but basically, public tree.
Well, why don't you tell us what you're trying to do?
What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make it clear that the mitigation requirement does not apply to trees that are exempted in the same way that they're exempted through the tree preservation bylaw. And here, because it says at a rate consistent, maybe if you just take out the words at a rate and just say mitigated consistent with the tree preservation bylaw, then that would sort of expand the scope to cover what I'm talking about.
Well,
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I just worry about that. So the rate consistent is, as Commissioner Shute said, for a tree that's diseased or dangerous, whatever, the rate is 0.
Okay.
Because, right, so, I mean, and so I wonder if maybe, I mean, we can make the change. It's just, once we make a change, it's got to go back to everybody again.
That's
And
fine.
I wonder, I wonder if maybe there could be just a clarifying in the explanation. Right, because then if it's in the explanation, it's just part of
Yes.
once the article's adopted at town meeting, the explanation is part of the article.
Right,
Just a suggestion.
right. Is there,
Well,
Okay,
what we would ask you to do is to prepare that explanatory language.
okay,
And-
okay,
and that- yeah.
let me, why don't I speak with the commissioner
Okay,
and make
great.
sure that I understand the rate? And it may be that we don't need to do anything, which would
Okay.
of course be
We'll
simple.
rely on you to make that determination. Okay. Let's move on to our next article. Well, that's the end of our public hearing warrant, excuse me, warrant articles. Let's go-
Bernard, I'm not, sorry to interrupt. I'm not sure if you closed the public hearing or not. I can't recall.
Oh, okay. Then the public hearing is hereby closed.
Thank you.
If you need magic language, magic words. Okay, warrant articles that we've discussed previously, and we are bringing them up for a vote, a possible vote. Warrant Article 14, resolution regarding contact information for public officials. Is Ms. Frawley going to make a presentation on this? Oh, wait, we don't need
We
it.
already had presentation.
This is, we're up for a vote now.
It has been amended though, correct?
Yes, hi, Melissa Goff, Deputy Town Administrator. In your packet, you should have had an email from Lisa Porter describing the changes, and I can also call them up if you don't have that. If you don't see that in the packet, but there should be an email from describing what the advisory committee had done.
Has everyone found that?
There's an email from Neil Wyshynski, 2 emails from Neil Wyshynski. There's a memo from Ben Kaufman. And there's no, it's in the public packet. I don't see a summary from Lisa.
Okay, let me, if I can call that up, I will give you the language. So hold on 1 minute. So here's Article 14. You can see the amendment that was initially done at the subcommittee level along with the full AC. So that's this section here that I'm highlighting.
Did you read that? I can't see it.
So now therefore clause is that the contact information, and then this is the ad that the advisory committee did, to be defined as first and last
okay.
name, phone number, email. So the bold is what they've added. And then the full AC added at a minimum regarding the definition of contact information.
Okay, does anyone think this is a no recommendation article? And this is really town clerk's area of responsibility.
I'm not opposed to making a recommendation. I don't think it's outside of our wheelhouse. It's about communication to the public about elected officials, right? So and it would reside on the town website.
Okay, why is this not, why can't we just put it on the website? I mean,
Well, I
we
agree
can
with
go
you.
to the website and find all the town meeting members' names.
I agree. I think that's what the resolution is now calling for, is that all all elected officials be put on the website with their contact information.
I'm sorry, Mike.
Right. I think the reason that it's reasonable to make a recommendation, and I actually agree with Paul in this case, is that the website is under the purview of the executive branch of the government. And so, you know, it's a communication mechanism, it's managed by IT. And so we are taking a resolution that that implements a use case that's being desired through the executive action of updating our website. So I just think it's in our purview. I mean, I agree with you. We could just do it, but to the question of whether or not we support it, it's certainly within the purview of the select board.
Yeah. What do other people think, Paul?
So I just in following up on what Michael said, in addition to its executive branch's purview with the website, I think it's also fundamental to us enabling community engagement. Not knowing how to who your elected official is or how to contact them makes it pretty hard to engage with it.
So why can't we just ask Tiffany to do that?
I agree with you. Well, so why don't we support it and then say, go do it?
Meeting.
Let's support it and then go do it. Great idea. Let's go do it.
Can we do that, Charles? That Jasmine?
I mean, I'll talk to the clerk. I don't see why not.
I mean, I actually think it's a bigger, the bigger question is like how to get it on the website and what does prominently displayed mean, right? Because
And who maintains it? Like, there's a whole bunch of data and stuff.
yeah.
David.
Well, wouldn't it be treated the same way as all other elected officials? I think that's the point. Include constables.
It does now.
So
They changed it to
whoever's
include-
managing it now should also manage constables.
Well,
Town
There's a
clerk.
provide
there's no
contact
place,
information.
well, there's no place to go. Like, where would you go to find out, you know?
Currently, so if you go on the town website, you go to government, you go down to town constables. Brookline has 5 town constables who are elected to staggered terms. There they are. Their email addresses and there are their phone numbers.
So why do we have a warrant on this?
So I have a little bit of background on this, and I'm not sure I'm going to describe it as accurately. If Ben were here, he probably could talk a little bit more about this. But I think that there was hesitancy to provide full contact information around constables because of concerns about the conflict of interest law, because they make income off their service. So as you know, differentiating between other elected officials. And then there had also been concerns about websites that other constables had built for themselves that were not part of the town website, that, you know, whether or not people were seeing that information as well. So this was something that, you know, Regina had raised with the clerk. They had gone back and forth, and ultimately she felt that this resolution would be a way to get the outcome that she desired in terms of the information she expected to see on the website.
Okay, anyone object to listening to Regina?
No.
Okay. Regina.
Yeah, it's been Regina Frawley, town meeting member from precinct 16. It's taken a lot of effort to get it even before you, let alone on the website. It is on the website as of Friday afternoon, this Friday afternoon. And if there were no warrant article, it wouldn't be there. So you shouldn't be deceived into thinking it was always there. It only was there Friday afternoon. And half the article also says that every public official contact information should be available upon request of any staff person at the clerk's office. And as of Monday, that's not true. So it still needs to have the kind of goodwill and the dint of good government that putting your thumb on this scale to vote and say, yes, it's a good idea to have the elected officials be available. The only thing that the amendment that I think I was hearing the last time and recently is not to put the address, and I know Bernard said he's not crazy about having his address out there. Okay, I don't agree with you, but okay. The point is that that it hasn't happened yet in full, and I need to go forward with it because it wouldn't be happening at all without this warrant article. And I honestly believe that there could be another situation where a different branch of the government is also excluded, and that's not acceptable. You're elected. You're answerable to the electorate. It's so important for them to be able to find us. I mean, even town meeting members are available to be found, and they find me, that's for sure. So I think that to try and deter this, as I think I'm hearing from the chair, is not good government in my view. It's very important. Remember, if there's one thing about,
Right.
hang on, please. If there's one thing about constables in particular, they absolutely provide a service that the court requires in many cases to be provided. They can't find us. So you're actually an obstruction not to have it on available upon request by anybody picking up the phone or going online or going in person at the clerk's office. Those are the means that
Thank you.
meet all our different citizens who don't always have internet, don't always have this or that, but they should be able to just walk into the clerk's office and get it.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
So what do you want to do?
I would make a motion to recommend favorable action.
All in favor? Any other motions or any other thoughts? All in favor, John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein, of course.
Aye.
And I'll vote aye too. Okay, moving on. Warrant Article 19, resolution regarding the use of the 25th Amendment to remove Donald Trump from office. At least we can get a no recommendation for this. Any rate, what do people think?
I agree with you. I don't think we should be recommending, and I appreciate your reasoning that allowing it to be in front of town meeting is appropriate exercise of people's rights. Now, somebody can, of course, introduce a motion at town meeting to table it and not have the debate if they so choose, but that's really not in our purview.
Yeah, okay. I'll take that as a motion for no recommendation. We gave them a hearing. We're not going to make a presentation ourselves, but they will make a presentation at town meeting and, explain the reason and justification for this. So I think that we, our non-recommendation doesn't preclude the petitioners from having their say before town meeting as well as the select board here. So all in favor of no recommendation, John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay. Warrant Article 18, resolution regarding the recordings of public meetings, and that is by Heather Hamilton, who was in the audience, but is she online?
Well, we already heard the presentation on this one.
Sorry, yeah, it's getting late. It's 10:30, way past my bedtime. Any discussion of this?
Were we
There
waiting
are
on amendment?
Yep, there are amendments, and I can show you those as well. They're in the same email that will get pulled into your packet. So hold on a second.
Well, so you broke up. Could you repeat what you just said?
Sure. I have emails that an email that also outlines the changes to Article 18.
Oh.
So you should see that on your screen now. So just a couple of minor changes. Tiffany will be pulling it into your packet. So nothing substantial, just slight tweaks by the advisory committee here.
Yeah.
So has advisory voted at this point, or are they still?
This was the subcommittee language, so I don't believe that the full committee has voted on this yet.
Can we wait
They're
for
ready?
advisory?
Sure, if you want to.
Yeah, until advisory
Okay.
does their vote.
We will vote at a future date. I mean, the changes aren't that substantial. I mean, I
And
guess.
I can't see them, so are they on the screen?
Yeah, they're in our packet. I mean, the most substantial change, so far as I can tell, is that change from 4 business days for things to be put on or made available to as soon as practical, but no more than 10 days. But we can wait and we'll take this up at a future meeting.
I guess the only clarification that I would make is if it says 10 days, it should say 10 days after the end of the meeting.
Let's wait till advisory votes.
Yeah,
We won't chase our tail.
Give your idea to the advisory committee.
Julia, I just checked the tracking sheet that I have for advisory, and it looks like they did vote it favorable action 24-0-1.
On the language that was proposed by the subcommittee, or did they make changes?
I think it looks like it was the subcommittee language. I can clarify that with them. Yeah, I can clarify that with Lisa if you're not ready to vote.
And but if we want it to be, are we meeting again before the,
You got one more meeting.
we got one more meeting before, and how many more articles do we have to vote on?
The ones you heard tonight.
The public hearing on the lighting on next
Right.
week.
Maybe we should vote it.
One more meeting before what?
The combined reports. I think you actually
Combined report.
technically have two because you have November 4th as well, but that's just
Yes.
starting to push it to trying to
That's
get them
very
in
close,
tomorrow. Yeah.
Bernard, I'm just making a suggestion. Why don't we adopt the subcommittee's language? And then if AC voted something different, then at the next meeting, if we could,
I thought, okay, we don't know what the AC adopted.
I think she said the subcommittee,
Yeah,
So
subcommittee.
the email that I got from Lisa indicates that the language that she sent me came from the subcommittee. She sent that to me on the 15th. So I just need to double back with her to see if the full committee adopted that language.
okay, maybe.
Okay. Well, okay, we'll take this up at a future meeting. Okay, warrant articles 11 and 12. Where are we with respect to that? Oh, wait, CTS voted to refer to CTOS.
As did the full advisory committee.
Right. So I move that we take no action on warrant articles 11 and 12. Any objection to that?
Are you recommending no action, or are you recommending that we not say anything?
No recommendation versus no action.
Right, I
I
think you're
think no action. What do you
Well,
think?
aren't you recommending to match advisory committee
Referral.
suggestion of referral? That's different than
Yeah.
no action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
A referral motion is different than no action.
okay. So what is our motion?
If you want to
Sorry.
concur in, yeah, that's right. If you want to concur in advisory, then you would just say, I move that we concur with the advisory committee and the committee on town organization and structure to refer the matter to CTOS.
Okay.
Consistent.
I
with-
just want to also note that they also added language about the existing incumbents and the recommendation that they stay on with their appointments. So that I think the board may want to have a conversation about that.
Yeah, I was about to say. So the recommendation is referral, but there's a recommendation that the incumbents and any potentially impacted boards continue to serve and remain eligible for reappointment to such boards while such study is pending.
So does anyone object to that?
No, that's our current practice, right?
Well, that says, does it say that you would reappoint them, or just that you wouldn't use that reason for?
You
not
wouldn't use
reappoint-
that reason for, yeah. Right. I mean, you can you can reappoint anyone for any reason or no reason. So
Can we stay silent on that particular aspect of the question?
yeah, you could just vote a straight referral and not adopt their language.
How many town meeting members, how many advisory committee members was this affecting?
2 now.
Oh, 2.
Okay, what are we doing here?
I move that we,
Would you?
I would make a motion, to recommend referral to
Okay.
CTOS, period.
I agree.
Okay, I move referral. All in favor, John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubens? Stein?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay,
11 and 12.
11 and 12. Yeah, yes.
final, or next item is Article 4, amend the general bylaws to update and correct inconsistencies in order to provide an accessible version of the general bylaws. The AC has completed their edits, it looks like. Were their edits significant?
Nope. So they changed the in chapter 4.8, they changed Executive Office of Elder Affairs to Executive Office of Aging and Independence. And then they corrected spelling of the word Olmsted in section 5.3.2.
Okay. And we had a thorough discussion last meeting of this warrant article. Any questions or any objections to voting favorable action?
Did we decide on how to spell bylaw?
I thought that was decided already. EY hyphen LAW.
LAW, yeah.
Okay, all in favor? John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
Dave Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Public Bodies Handbook, review of possible revisions to the Select Board Public Bodies Handbook. You're going to present some changes.
Yes, I don't have a formal presentation. Tiffany Oliva, Assistant Town Administrator for Operations. The changes are redlined in your packet. It includes some changes provided by Michael Rubenstein, also some addressing some pieces of individual feedback received from John Van Scoyac, and then also your edits, Bernard. In general, the handbook just has some general non-substantive updates and clarification based on questions I've received from public body members and also chairs of different public bodies. Some of those include clarifying what alternate versus associate membership actually means, and then also clarifying that if a vacancy opens up, any person who is currently serving in an alternate or associate position would need to apply to be considered for a full voting seat. The three areas where the most changes were made, one was around just public statements, media and social media use, and aligning that with the policies you approve related to media engagement and social media policies. The second is around town meeting engagements. So not all public bodies have statutory requirements to hold hearings during town meeting time. And so it includes a procedure where select board will make specific requests to public bodies based on the warrant articles received. So when we kind of vote on the warrant, and then it makes the suggestion that other public bodies should notify the select board if they wish to hold a hearing and coordinate their hearings. Just recognizing that there are quite a number of hearings that petitioners have to go through. So welcome your feedback on those. And then the third big area that I didn't really make changes to, but just wanted to get your feedback on, just depending on timing for eventually voting this. There's, of course, the question of Heather Hamilton's warrant article related to recording meetings. So we might want to go ahead and just, I'll defer to you all if you want to go ahead and kind of incorporate that language into the handbook. So not expecting a vote tonight. Those are the major changes. John, I don't know if you want to say anything because some of what you reviewed with me was more the substantive changes. But just wanted to get your feedback.
No, I don't really need to add anything tonight. I had some back and forth with Tiffany about the question of whether the standards that we might apply to elected officials and to ourselves in terms of our presence on social media and our behavior in terms of just civility towards others and so on, whether that can also be expected of our appointees to boards, committees, and commissions. And frankly, I haven't had a chance to fully take in how that all shook out in the end. I just think it's something I hope that we can at least express some level of threshold standard of conduct on social media. Not that we can force people on their personal, social media pages to take our word as to what they can say and what they shouldn't say, but at least set an expectation that committee boards, commission members who have social media accounts are conscious of, how the part they play in our town government locally puts a certain level of responsibility on them. I don't know if we've captured it perfectly. I have to sort of take some time with it, after tonight when I'm awake.
And by the way, before we do interviews of candidates for various committees, I've begun to make a statement along those lines, basically saying that we expect people to not only to have expertise in the, mission of the committee, but also to be able to work well with committee members and staff that the committee works with.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I had just a quick word. Paul, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off.
that's
but,
okay.
This has been very much on my mind. I just want to say for the record, I find the process by which we draft things like this to be extremely, no matter how good the person is, in this case, Tiffany, who's kind of fielding, all of the input. It's just a weird process because we'll be sent a version of the handbook. And then, with the question, is there anything you would like to suggest to change? And so maybe there'll be some minor tweaks suggested, which imply I don't have any problem with any of the other material. But then it passes to someone else, and then it passes to someone else. And then all of a sudden, the one that, maybe early in the process seemed perfectly satisfactory is now, changed in great part, in paragraph after paragraph with, things taken out, things added. I don't, by the end of the process, I don't know what I've said yes to, because it constantly changes after I've essentially already acknowledged I have no problem with the way this is written, except for maybe add a line here and take out a line there.
And then it changes substantially. I mean, one option, I don't know if it would be a violation of the open meeting law, but to use more team-based editing software so that you can propose revisions. And then as a board, we could then, deliberate on those and decide whether we accept each one.
you said the wrong word.
Well, we would deliberate in person
Right.
with the document, but
not on team-based document.
Well,
stuff.
it's not team, it's collaborative. Call it, but
I see what you're saying. You say that we would, I mean, you basically do what we've done in the past, sometimes with resolutions, which is call it up on the screen. But for a document this big, you can't really go
No,
page by page. That's the problem.
yeah. The other comment I want to make was, how long did you work on this for?
On this public bodies
Yes.
handbook in total or
Yeah.
just with these revisions? Oh gosh, I don't know.
Goes back a year.
Long time.
Yeah,
A long
last
time.
year and a
Yeah.
half.
So what I'd like to say is, I really think that we should adopt this evening, even provisionally, if there's a few more changes, because I think you've earned a vote from this board on getting it done, even though we've got a few minor tweaks left, but I think that would be
You
a
gotta
good thing to
amend your
do.
Resume to include.
The public bodies handbook.
I got it done.
But then we ask only that we get a clean copy at some point.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm okay with
Does
that.
anyone object to adopting it now?
And
No,
it's version
no.
2, there will be a version 3.
Yep, it's a living document, so.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, all in favor of the adopting the public bodies handbook, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
Okay, finally, boards and commissions, reappointments. We have 3, planning board, Steve Hyken, Housing Advisory Board, Roger Blood, and Building Commission, George Cole. Any comments, objections to appointing them?
These
We're
are,
fortunate to have the three
yeah.
of them
absolutely.
serving our time. So
Absolutely.
Okay, I move approval of the 3 appointees to the Planning Board, Housing Advisory Board, and Building Commission. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. And that is the end of our official meeting. If there's any public comment that hadn't been available at the beginning, please rise and state your case.
Yes, yes, 2 things. One, you brought up
You identify
earlier
yourself, please.
Regina Frawley Still, precinct 16.
Thank you.
You brought up, Bernard, earlier about, gee, we should have public hearings on warrant articles. Actually, there is a bylaw that requires you to. And even if your vote is
Wait,
not to
we-
take a position, it's 3.22.
Okay, we have public hearings on all bylaws.
Well, that's because, yeah, so why did you bring it up tonight?
to say that we will have public hearings on all the bylaws, even the ones we don't.
You were recommending it, and what I'm saying is it's already a done deal. You have to follow it. It's 3.22.
It doesn't matter.
And in case,
Okay.
that made me worry that there's no institutional memory going on here.
No,
There's also
memory.
a agreement that, hang on, please, that's an agreement that if you vote for reconsideration, you give the petitioners 48 hours notice in advance so that they can be here for any kind of vote. That means right at town hall, when you're having a meeting at the school in one of those rooms, that if you decide on reconsideration, the petitioner should have been notified.
Okay, Tiffany, put that in your memo for your successor.
Thank you.
to,
Thank
um,
you. And last but not least, twice now in a row, including tonight, you are well over an hour past what you post to be for the public opening of the public part of the meeting. You're hanging out in the executive session a bit on the long side. And I wonder if you can put some effort into the agenda so that you can have a better estimate of how long, and then people won't come, as happened a couple of weeks ago. They came, there was no, I think you heard an article that was scheduled for 7:30, around 9:30. People left and they didn't get to weigh in because they didn't, actually one person wrote and said, I thought they didn't handle it at all, but you did, you just did it later. So it would be a thoughtful thing for the public for you to plan better. And then just say whatever time you think that the public part of the process will be open. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Good,
With
yeah.
that, unless there are any other public comments from people online,
No, there
no?
are not.
I would,
Oh, I thought I noticed.
Is there a new rug?
Yes.
There is. Shall I end the meeting?
the meeting is over,
Thank
done,
you.
finished.